The green light means go. We're back in the fast lane with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Spiffy up your ride with Jim Sabino and Troy Blackwell up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. What a great time to learn more and go deeper in mobile service. We've got the experts with us here today. Jim Sabino is the Fixed Operations Director in New Jersey at All American Ford Automotive Group, usually in Paramus. I believe he is today as well. Troy Blackwell with us. He is the Executive Vice President of Automotive Business Development at a company called SPIFFY. GetSpiffy.com. Troy and Jim, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey guys, pleasure to be here.
Yeah, great to be here, Ted. Thanks.
Great to see you both. Last time I saw you both together, we were all at the World Trade Center in New York City. We had a lot of fun talking about mobile service with our peers. This time, Troy, what I thought I would do is drill down with both of you. You're both experts, recognized experts in the field. And Jim, if it's okay, I want to go to you first on the retail side.
Sure.
Jim, what are you seeing? Are dealerships, now that you've been in this for some time, are they starting to treat mobile service as its own profit center, or is it still just an extension of that service lane?
No, so that's a great point, Ted. And the dealerships and the operators that are really serious about mobile service today are treating it as its own separate department. It's measurable by its profits and its losses. The income that's brought into the dealership through mobile service, it is all tracked and monitored on its own capabilities. So it is its own department within itself.
Jim, one of the things as a follow-up I recognized about you going back a couple of years is that you had a different mindset about mobile, and you developed that early. I know you came, you watched, you listened, you asked a lot of questions of our peers. Jim, does that mindset affect growth in your perception?
100%. So mindset is everything. If you believe you can do it, you're going to do it. You have to set a goal, set some timelines, and you make it happen. Again, way back in the beginning, I was kind of on the fence, and I've talked about this before on plenty of shows with you, Ted. And and I did. I listened and I learned and I watched, and I said, wow, these guys are really onto something. This is something that could really go big, really big. But you have to put your mind to it. You have to get commitment and buy-in from the team that you build for the success story. So the scale is always in the forefront. You want to continue to build and grow this business day in and day out. So the people who believe in it are going to be successful. There are still some naysayers, Ted and Troy, as you know, out in the field. They say, it's not worth it. Who needs it? You can't get nobody to work. I'm not changing anybody's oil in their driveway. That's ridiculous. They couldn't be further from the truth. It is the complete opposite. It is the absolute complete opposite. And the ones that do it are the proof in the pudding. So yes, that is you have to believe in it, and it's going to happen.
Troy, let me come to you at SPIFFY, GetSpiffy.com. What are you seeing? You work with hundreds, maybe thousands of dealers around the country. Has mobile service now come into its own as its own profit center, or is it an extension of the service lane?
Yeah, we are still learning from one another. And I will say I'm so proud to be on this call with Jim. We refer to him as the OG. We refer to him as the King of the North for mobile service. So it's great to just pair up and learn from what he's done. Ted, when we do reach out to dealerships, it is still a small community. I've said that a few times on your calls, and we learn from one another. Everything Jim said is what we hear, right? We hear the groups that are really bought in and behind this. And then we hear the groups, well, this will never work. It's only going to work if the manufacturer gives me subsidized money. All those kind of little nuances that are out there. But one thing I will say that is proof is, and I shout out to Jim all the time, is his continued 5-star Google reviews that he gets. The customer's appetite is there. They want this. And then to back up to your question, the most success is to run this as its own independent department, and everything from leadership, from the, assigning this to a service manager, a service advisor. Bozard has its own remote service director with Jeremy Stevens. And maybe not all operations are that large, and we get it, but it's still very important to get this run its own P&L. And we even have Ford locations that, with that money, that customer experience money, even are setting it over here to the side, because that money's not a forever. It's a nice to have for now, but I almost want to sit down and with the operators and say, let's put that money over here on the side for now and build this to show you that it can be profitable. And here's how we can get it there, or help you with that.
Jim, to follow up on what Troy just said, we're all impressed with those 5-star reviews. And, the fact that you're in New Jersey, it's not, I think that's worth an extra couple points there, because that's not the easiest thing to get. Talk to us about that, because that's really an area that you've honed in on.
Correct. And Troy is very, I do. I'm proud of what the customer feedback is. And I post it because, it takes a lot. It's a lot of hard work. This isn't an easy thing to do. There's a lot of coordination. There's a lot of training. There's a lot of commitment. And you know what? When the customers receive it at an extremely high level, and they brag about it, and they go on Google and they give you 5-star reviews with a story, the Net Promoter Score from the manufacturer has skyrocketed, and they monitor that separately. So the remote experience, whether it's a pickup and delivery or a mobile service, Ford, when they send the survey out, it's identified as that type of a service. And those are higher than the traditional ones that come from the in-shop service. So yes, I am. It's a big deal to me. It kind of is a proof of concept, right? That proof of concept is the customer satisfaction level. And what comes with that? Customer retention also follows with customer satisfaction. And then, of course, customer revenue. People are going to tend to spend more money if they're happy and they find this level of service convenient and easy. They're going to most likely continue to do business at a higher rate. So yes, it has many pluses to the customer satisfaction. It doesn't start; it starts there, but it continues to spiral from that in all good ways.
Troy, you mentioned Jeremy Stevens, and I believe he's the one who coined that nickname, the King of the North. Troy, because we heard that this, in the colder climates, Troy, this mobile service thing may not work quite as well. There are some challenges, Troy, but I'm curious, what are you seeing out there? And then I'll ask Jim that same follow-up.
Yeah, again, as I kind of go back to this small community and watching and observing kind of from afar what Jim has done, yeah, there is weather related that you have up in the Northeast versus in sunny Florida. But again, you kind of work through outside of the dealerships. We had accounts like Verizon where they're asking to wash cars up in North State, New York, or up in the very far north. So there is, businesses and services that go on, right? Even though there's weather and snow and ice and all the things that happen. We quietly have a Prince that's kind of in Pennsylvania. We'll call Nolan the Prince, and his operation that he has scaled kind of quietly, really around that fleet. And, looking at his business model, I had the opportunity to spend some time with him this week, and goes all the way into Manhattan, right? So, that's a distance from where his dealership's listed. But customers have a convenience mindset, and especially in that fleet, they don't want to take their cars out of operation. So in some cases, I have customers that will go and do the work overnight, right? So we will show up, the dealerships will do that work overnight for them to keep their fleets operational. So, and again, I don't want to be there at 2 a.m. when it's -30. But listen, I think these things that happen, and weather does factor in to their business.
Jim, follow up on that climate question.
Sure. Climate again, in Troy, you mentioned, down at Bozard, it's that sunny Florida. And yes, they do have a leg up. But unfortunately, they also deal with the really intense heat in the July and August months that they actually put canopies off the side of their trucks to shade their technicians when they're out there in the field. And so the Northeast is a challenge. And you brought up Nolan, the Prince, and he is an absolute amazing story. I love the story. I got a chance to meet him at the Trade Center also. Great guy, great operator, very, very smart, and built an absolute empire of mobile service right out of Pennsylvania. And so he's subjected the same thing we are to the Northeast weather. And it's tough. It's very difficult. When it's snowing, there are days where you don't like to, but there are days just for safety reasons, you have to park the trucks. You can't go out and do mobile service in a snowstorm. You just can't. And it's expensive. When you have a lot of trucks and you have technicians and you have jobs booked, it's an expensive proposition. But unfortunately, Mother Nature always seems to win that battle. She doesn't really negotiate too well. When it's raining, we go out, we do it only in the really extreme cold and snowstorms. That's the only times that's going to really impact our ability to go out and service our customers. We work around, we reschedule. If we go out at night, we may start the guys later and go work into the night. We may do a full blown Saturday because we had a washout on a Thursday or a Friday or a Monday or something like that.
Sure.
We try and do everything we can to accommodate and make up that lost time. We never really want to give up those jobs and possibly not be able to service that customer. And they get it. When you're providing mobile service also, I want to say is that the end user, the customer, whether it's a retail customer or a fleet customer, is for the most part extremely understanding and flexible with weather concerns. They really are. We don't get any pushback, and nobody ever says, "This is ridiculous. I need somebody here today." It's like -6 and it's snowing with a 6 to 12 inch forecast. Everybody gets it. And we do our best to really accommodate and make those vehicles complete. So,
yeah. And I was just going to add, it's kind of counterintuitive to say that it's harder to manage one van than it is multiple vans. And I know, right. Jim, I don't know your exact number. Are you 15-ish?
We're 16 now. We just last week just received our 16th, and we have 2 more in the pipeline that are probably 60 to 90 days.
Yeah, that's amazing. So Ted, what he's saying there, it's not an opportunity to fill these vans schedule. The customer demand and appetite is there, whether it's recall, fleet, or customer inquiries. And I call it driveway envy. Jim goes out to a neighborhood and works on a customer's car. Well, guess what happens? Next door neighbor says,
"That's
hey,
right.
You're, what do you mean? They come to you? Yeah. Would they come to me? And you're picking up some of that customer base as well."
Correct.
So, gentlemen, with this growth that is happening before our eyes, we're seeing it and hearing it. Troy, the first time that I spent talking about SPIFFY was at Bozard. We mentioned them with Ed Roberts and with Jeremy. And I learned, Troy, about some new roles that they had created at Bozard as they began to scale and grow. Troy, what are you seeing in terms of new roles at the dealership, or let's say skill sets? I know Jeremy has talked about their hiring practices and looking at people who do home service, in other industries. And are these emerging inside the dealership specifically because of this new mobile service trend?
Yeah, I would just say that, we're not looking to replace, we're looking to repurpose, bodies. And what I mean by that is, even in the Bozard example where they were very dependent on BDCs, 95% of the customers were still calling the dealership and then having to go through and actually talk to someone, go through a bunch of prompts. And the idea when we sat down is they wanted to kind of eliminate some of that activity, especially from a customer perspective. Can a customer just go to your website, find service, and then simply just click a button and schedule their own mobile service? Now, the op codes that we work with the teams on are going to be built around what services can be done mobilely, right? So the customer's not going to see a job where, they can't go to the dealership. We just talked about this. There's 3 ways a customer can get to a dealer. They can drive there, they can do pickup and delivery, or they can have the dealership come to them in mobile service. And those are, and they're not unheard of. Think about everything we do outside of automotive. I know my wife has the dogs groomed here at the house. Now there's grooming places all over that we could put the dogs in the car and then go take them to, but there's a convenience side. And that's been happening for the last 12 years here. And that happens in a mobile service environment. So I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the skill set, as you mentioned, about what that's doing. I know that some of it look at as a foundation for a C-Tech or less to get started in mobile and go do mobile and then work their way into the shop. Some of the guys that are in the shop, your A-Techs, you don't want them in mobile vans anyway, and nor do they want to go. So you can, there's a porter. You can set up a roadmap for them and say, hey, you're going to start off as a porter, but then we're going to groom you and we're going to put you in this van. We're going to train you on a couple of techniques and trades and put you in that van. So we're excited about it as another department, another stepping stone, a foundation for individuals to learn and grow. And then again, looking at different areas to go recruit from that we may historically have never thought to. And in mobile, you do want to have someone customer experience minded because they will interact with a customer, right? So they will greet them. And I know Jim's crew, you see pictures of them, they're so professional and you're working on cars, but that's, their brand. And it's such an important piece.
Jim, what are you seeing there? Jeremy mentioned to me when I was at Bozard, they actually have now, and I interviewed some mobile service advisors. They're on to that next step. Oh, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, so at a scale that Bozard works at, then you need that. So besides Jeremy, there's a mobile service manager, there is mobile service advisors, and I believe there's 4 or 5 dedicated service advisors just to support those vans every day. And there are approximately, Troy, I think that you would, I remember Ed saying, or Jeremy, they were approximately doing 100 to 110 mobile ROs per day.
Yeah, they've had some staggering numbers. And the service advisors too, Jim, to your point, when we got there was one service advisor managing like 3 to 4 vans, and the software kind of helped them improve in a way where it streamlined it. So one service advisor is managing as many as 10 vans. So all of a sudden, we're not replacing people. We're just making them more productive.
More efficient, more productive. And, what gets spiffy with the routing and stuff and the scheduling, it's all comes in and it makes the drive time as minimal as possible. And optimizing the amount of jobs that each van can do per day. So mobile service coordinators are an absolute must. Those are your kind of a BDC-minded employee that goes out there and books the appointments, has the communication with the customers. The mobile service technicians, obviously, everybody, some crews are 2-man crews, other vans are 1-man crews. I know that Bozard runs a lot of 2-man crews. We run 2-man crews only if needed. The majority of our vans are a 1-man crew. We do a lot of recalls, a lot of fleets, a lot of recalls. So, but we also do a lot of retail work too. We do first services. We'll do batteries, wiper blades, all that stuff. We do everything we can. And I kind of use the analogy, and I've used this before, is our vans, and we explain to our customers that our vans are like urgent cares. They're mobile urgent cares. If the heavier duty work, the service department is a hospital. So if you need the operation and that transmission's bad and we got to get you into the OR, you're coming into the dealership. That's considered the OR. The urgent care, anything an urgent care can do, our mobile van can do. We even push the boundaries. Sometimes we do a little bit more, but the manufacturer for it has identified all mobile-friendly services that can be performed. 69.8%, I believe. So let's just call it 70% of all recalls on Ford and Lincoln can be performed on the road. So that's an incredibly favorable number for the dealership and for the end user, the customer, because the convenience comes in. 7 out of 10 recalls I can do on the road. Saves the customer the trip into the dealership. That's where the sweet spot comes in and the magic word of convenience happens.
Troy, I'm fascinated with the software that SPIFFY provides dealerships. Tell us a little bit more about that, because I think as they continue to scale, that's going to become even more a part of the conversation.
And again, kind of going back to the beginning part of this conversation, we all learn from one another. And although we built software to manage our own business, and now we're taking it into the dealerships and saying, hey, learn from kind of our early mistakes, but these are the tools and technology that can help you. We still don't have all the answers. And so what's been great is we work with your teams and they say, you know what, it'd be really cool if your software can do this for me, or if it can do some outreach, or so our latest feature set is there's a recall portion built within our software. We call it capture. And so we did a quiet kind of beta down at Beaux-Arts and had some early great success, and we're kind of fine tuning and making some tweaks to it. But a lot of it is proactive communication. I as a customer, right, I get the mailers and the postcard comes in and says, I have a recall. And I go, it's the last thing I want to go do. But to Jim's point, what if I have a recall, but I get a text from the dealership and it says, you have an open recall. This can be done mobilely, to Jim's point. And by the way, will Monday at 2:00 work? We can come to you. And the customers are going, yes. And they opt in, right? And so these are all some new stuff that we have added, proactive marketing and communication. And in some early numbers, we had as many as 50 appointments confirmed in 10 days down at Beaux-Arts with just mobile recall.
Wow. And I'm doing the math on that in my head, Troy, because I know these remote service, Jim, these remote services that you go out, they could be much more profitable than if the vehicle came into the shop.
Correct. Yeah, it is. And mobile service, Ted and Troy, it is such a great opportunity to grow your business without having the expense of brick and mortar to expand your capacity in your facilities, right? So these vans are mobile bays, right? And it just doesn't stop there, because it's customer satisfaction. You get a lift. Customer retention. How much does the dealers dive in, and how much does it cost when they do their advertising budget on a monthly to keep customers in the cycle, right? When the lease is up, to release another car from you instead of defecting possibly to another like manufacturer or possibly a different type of car. So you're offering all these great conveniences. As a consumer, I would love to continue to do business with you because of those reasons. And there's so many great points to mobile service, besides the profit that it brings in, the availability to service more customers on a daily basis. And there's just, again, it's mindset. It's like, using technology like Get Spiffy to make you more efficient, it just keeps the vans working all day long on an efficient route to one job, to the next job, to the next job. Finding the recalls, as Troy just touched on, going out and identifying those and putting those into the appointment scheduler. There's so many benefits to partnering up with Get Spiffy, because it's going to make your operation that much more efficient, more profitable, and it's going to be able to scale without confusion, because they do it all. Their technology behind the scenes really works well. It really does.
And retention is such an important piece of this too, Ted. You think about, I had an opportunity. I know Richard Lupo is a friend of the show from Apple Tree Honda, and had some time to sit down with him. Sure. And he's at a Honda store, right? So we looked at some data and looked at how many customers have purchased a car, but outside of the 3 years, they're not coming back. And it could be, a lot of it is convenience, right? So they're on the other side of town and they go, I got to drive all the way back over. But what if we can come to you? Do you capture that customer back? So it's such a big piece of the retention. And then lastly, the SAR is going to come down next year. And with that, there's going to be a couple verticals that we have to look at, and fixed as always, right? So they come back and say, okay, what have you done for me lately? Because we're going to have to live off of this. And again, right, Jim, carrying the load, here we go, on our shoulders. So mobile is and can help. And think about it. I think I've shared this with you in the past, Ted, but used cars, acquisitions, you're there on a driveway, you're working on that car. Yeah. Well, guess what? They have a second car in the driveway. And if you're actively trying to acquire cars on the variable side, and guess what? You can spiff that tech. If you buy the car, like another $50. Again, I'm not here to tell you your pay plans or any of that, but it's another way to improve that get that technician excited. Oh man, if I and there's so many tools out there that they could use to appraise a car fairly quick. So
yes, there is
another way to look at it.
We're speaking today to Jim Sabino. He's the Fixed Operations Director at All American Ford Automotive Group in New Jersey. Troy Blackwell, great friend of the Roundtable in the industry with Get Spiffy. Spiffy, he's Executive Vice President of Automotive Business Development. Jim, last question for today. Knowing what you know now, okay, with all the knowledge that you've accomplished and acquired over the last couple of years, if you could redesign, Jim, if Jim Sabino could redesign that mobile service experience from scratch with no legacy constraints, Jim, what would that look like?
Wow. I'll tell you, in the beginning, I learned a lot from the Ed Roberts, right? And Jeremy and Troy and so many other people that I've got exposed to throughout the country that are tremendous operators. And we made a lot of mistakes. We learned from our mistakes here in the dealership, right? So that's to me, one of the best teachers is your mistakes, right? You tried it, you keep going, it worked, perfect, keep it going. If it didn't work, redo it, immediately act on it. Mobile service is so impressive. And what it would look like is pretty much where we are now. And the mindset of scaling. I mean, that's the goal to this is get your team around this and hire a great team and have the mindset of like, we're going to take care of our customers today. And I believe in mobile service. And this is why mobile service is going to be a winner. And the team we have is really excited. They have great outlook. They communicate with the customers. They give them all the benefits and the pluses of mobile service. What it would look like, it would be continued growth, Ted. And then partnering up with great vendors like Get Spiffy is such an important role to scaling. And then learning within our community, within the mobile service community, the fix ops community, through the Roundtable, and I've learned so much. And just like I'm a student, but I've also talked about, and I'm sure people have taken away some of the things that I've talked about that work really well. Which I hope they do, because I do. I'm a sponge. I don't know it all, and I listen and I learn, and I learn from mistakes. So continue to grow, take care of your customers, make it as convenient as possible, and stay consistent. Stay consistent with your message.
I think that's so important. Troy, from your perspective, if you could redesign the mobile service experience.
Yeah, it's hard to answer that question because we're 11 years in, right? And where we're at today is not where we were at 11 years ago. So if we can help accelerate these dealers from our learnings, sit down with them, learn from, like Jim said, you're going to have mistakes. You're going to fumble. You're going to fall down, skin your knees, get back up. But if we can help accelerate the dealers with the technology to help them be productive and successful, we started this conversation around the buy-in, and from the principal to the GM to the fixed ops director to everybody needs to be behind it. It can't be experimental. It can't be where we see the van that just goes out and does one or two jobs and then it sits, or Johnny calls in sick and the next thing you know, your mobile program's abandoned. Well, we just couldn't go do it. You have to be bought in and committed for this, to really take off. And so we're in exciting times. I think that we've been talking mobile for a long time. I know Jim's been doing mobile for a long time. So now, though, we're getting some attention, and I think that others are taking notice. And what can we do to help accelerate that from our learnings? And then lastly, I'll just say, do exercises. Go sit down, but go through the customer's lens. How and why do they want to be serviced? And meaning, you can sit down and look at it as if you want to get into mobile, well, maybe we package and do this as an F&I, as a starting point, to introduce mobile service and keep that customer, or sit back and type in. And I think it was a Brian Benstock presentation when he did the graph, and you saw all the cities about oil changes near him. And so he looked at Honda, and he saw the Honda competition. But then on his map, when he showed all the other places they could go to, well, guess what? If you sit down and you type in oil change near me, you're not going to find a dealer show up till 4 or 5 pages in, typically.
Right, typically.
And so think about it. If you start there and say, hey, we're going to invest a little bit, and I'm not a marketing expert, but all of a sudden, if you invest there from a mobile service, have your dealership show up on page 1 at the top, paid search, to really drive mobile. So when you talk about, if I had to do this, that's kind of where I would start. How does the customer find you? How do you get the word out that you're doing mobile, and begin that way?
Jim, you're introducing, I don't know if you want to talk about this. This might be a trade secret that you've got at All American, but I'll bring it up anyway. I understand you're introducing mobile service really early in the process, or have done that as well, after the customer takes delivery, if you want to mention any of that.
Of course, and it's just something that is, I think, is an incredibly smart move, and it's very simple. Is that upon delivery of a new car, when they're in their F&I office and they're reviewing all the paperwork, we set up the first appointment to have their vehicle serviced. That first appointment is set up as a mobile perform service. So we are initially, every day as the deliveries take place in the sales department, we are adding to our mobile service appointment log every single day. And people love it. They, wow, and part of the sales pitch when you come in, because we have mobile service banners and stuff in our showroom, and we really pushed it hard. So they get a little rear view mirror dangler talking about mobile service on their car when they take delivery, just as a reminder. They can put that in their glove box. And then we set up the appointment. And then about a week prior to that appointment being made, and it's 6 months out, they get a reminder from us through an email and a text message that the mobile service will be on this day, and this is your time window that it's set. So that's something that's really worked really, really well. And it gets everybody open to doing mobile service that maybe doesn't know about it. And I got to tell you, people call back and they want it, and they want it. They specifically call looking to book a mobile service appointment. So it's working and working well.
It's so good, Jim. And remember when BMW launched the Geniuses? Do you remember?
Yeah.
And a lot of that, this is many, many years ago, but they did that because these cars, the technology that is in them, right?
So advanced.
Teaches people even how to turn on the radio or navigation and all the things, right? And so think about where the cars are at today. And to Jim's point, that early touch and that one-on-one with the customer, they'll be mobile for life once they experience that. And so such a great conversation today. And
it is.
What an exciting time to be in our business, everybody. I don't know how these two gentlemen are going to be able to keep up with the demand, but I'm going to invite them back on the next roundtable, and let's find out what they're doing. If you want to tap into the ROL, as Brian Benstock talks about it, the return on learning that Jim Sabino at All American, Troy Blackwell at SPIFFY have been putting together over the last many, many years, I suggest you reach out. Troy, as a resource for the industry, if people want to get a hold of you at Get SPIFFY, what's the best way for them to ask questions?
Yeah, everything's there on that banner below with my name, my email, my cell number. I always have my cell number. People always go, you give your cell phone out? Yeah, absolutely. I'm in sales, so call me 24/7. Give me a call. I answer. As you can see, we love to talk, and it's less selling. It's more educating. And we have such a small community that, I know there's 20 groups that Jeremy is starting to put together, and Jim is certainly a great resource, and we just learn from one another. So but please feel free to reach out, drop a note.
All right. SPIFFY, everybody, has the experience and very squarely rooted here in fixed operations. So congratulations to both of you, Troy Blackwell at SPIFFY, Jim Sabino. Weather's getting colder here in the Northeast. So
the Northeast, it is.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's all good.
Give us the number again. How many? 16?
We have 16. Correct. We have 2 in the pipeline. Within the next 60 to 90 days, we'll have another 2 on the ground.
That's amazing.
So
that's amazing.
Keep going. I got all my friends out there. I got to catch up to them. Florida, forget it. That's crazy. And then Nolan is, these guys are huge. And I friendly with some guys in Texas that have some big fleets. There's a lot of big fleets, a lot of great operators throughout the country that really believe in it. They got behind it, and we'll get there. We are there. I'm not saying we are there. We make a good run at it every day, and scale is in our mindset all the time.
Jim Sabino at All American Ford Auto Group in New Jersey. Troy Blackwell with SPIFFY here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Take you where you wanna go. Take you where you wanna go.
So Chat Concierge is one of the tools that Capital One has provided for us, and the dealer takeover feature is in particular a great option for us to use. That is when a salesperson can see the chat coming in, see the tool interacting with the customer, and feels like it could use a little bit more information. And that's when they can jump in, take over the chat, and get the customer, specific information and answer specific questions. And we've seen numerous instances where they're able to make an appointment right then, and customer comes in and buys a car sometime same day.
Hit the pit stop for our next panel as Rob Leary shares his insight on the BG Service Retention Study.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. BG Products is with us. Our great friend and colleague, Rob Leary. Rob is the Director of Sales for Smart VMA, Eastern U.S. and Canada. No stranger to the Roundtable. Rob, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Looking forward to this, as always.
Rob, thank you. You've got a lot to share, a fan favorite, BG Products, a big part of the events. We are honored to have BG with us. And I want to ask you a couple questions today. I know BG recently did a service retention study. So I want to talk to you about that and some of the thinking behind that and kind of pick your brain on what's happening in the industry, if that's okay.
Yeah, that sounds great.
All right. So the study was based on your smart VMA menu customers, second to none in the industry. Tell us a little bit about the BG service retention study.
Yeah, so Ted, as a company, 52 years now, young, as we like to say, we've always known that, BG, our fluids, our chemicals, our, obviously our distribution channel has always been a mechanism to help dealers better retain their service customers. But candidly, while we anecdotally or felt it in our gut, could say that, we never had the data to support that. And really until we had smart VMA menus, the digital menu that we use, and really our new Hyper BI enterprise reporting tool, we really couldn't say that for certain. So we created a report within our smart VMA. And basically what that did is it looked at the metrics, obviously, of how many times a customer comes back within 2 years and what percent of the time do they come back when they have a BG product in their car versus when they don't. And so when we did the study, we used one of our largest retailers. It was about 263 stores across all manufacturer brands, and it really it stunned us, to be honest. The net difference between a customer that bought BG and serviced their vehicle, the customer that didn't buy BG and didn't come back. And that was the big aha factor for us. So it was pretty cool, but the study was really a 2-year. We looked at the customers over a 2-year period. And if they came in last year and they came back this year, that was a retention, right? A retention point. And again, that was the whole premise of the study.
So that's a lot of dealerships nationwide, 263 dealerships. You've got a really strong sampling there. I'm curious, what were the results? What did it say?
Yeah, so it was pretty cool. So when we compared the two with this large dealership group, and we looked at all the data, and I'll share you a screen slide or a screenshot or a screen show of the data, but what it came back to, it said overall for 263 stores, it was about a 29% greater retention rate for those customers that did BG versus those customers that didn't. And it was all VIN data driven. So we used the actual VIN data to drive that. So they were actually, true vehicles and true customers. And again, it was across almost every OEM brand. So from your high end, Mercedes, BMW, Audis, et cetera, to your Asian imports, to your domestics. I mean, everything was included in there, and the data just proved itself to be, quite frankly, phenomenal. And again, like I said, it was one of those things that we always knew that BG was a great retention tool, but we weren't able to prove it out, and now we are. So it was pretty cool. Pretty
That's a
cool data.
strong number. That's almost a third.
Yeah.
A third greater. Have you done this for any other dealers using Smart VMA?
Yeah, so we have about 2,600 customers overall on Smart VMA
Oh,
menus
wow.
now, and that
Wow.
yeah, and that's growing. We've got about I think we got the latest study. We just had our conference in San
Yes.
Antonio, and we had about we put a new slide up because we did a new study on the number of customers we have in the marketplace, and it showed up. I think we had 58.8% of the new car dealer market. So
Wow.
so we're growing that within our digital menu space as well. But so we got some room to grow there from a digital menu. But I think this data is really going to help support that and really get the dealers and service directors and managers really engaged in thinking about, hey, maybe this is why I should use BG. Yeah, it's going to help me sell more maintenance. Yeah, I'm going to make greater, revenue and profits and all that. But man, retention, look at that, So I think that's really going to prove well. And so we did the study across all of our 2,600 plus VMA users, and it came back even better at 32% average greater retention. So yeah, it's really proven itself out, and we're excited about it. And we're looking to do more studies so we can start splitting it out by OEM brand as well, which I think will be beneficial for obviously the dealer, but also the OEMs as well. So
I
yeah,
want to
pretty
follow up. You mentioned
exciting.
about 2 minutes ago, you mentioned the Hyper BI business intelligence reporting tool. If you
Yeah.
don't mind, can I ask you, tell us a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah. So we got about, I think we've done it well over 1,000 dealers now easily in the last three plus years. And yeah, with our warranty analysis business, Hyper BI is really helping us in that side of the business, because quite frankly, now we can run an effective labor rate report on CP, look at their warranty rate, and literally in a matter of seconds know exactly where they're at. So maybe, hey, this guy's got a $30 delta right now between his warranty rate and his effective on CP. And hey, let's go ahead and do the analysis. Or hey, you're only $8 delta from warranty to CP effective. Maybe we ought to think about our door rate. I think you said you haven't changed that in 3 years. Maybe we ought to bump that or begin to bump it. And maybe over the next 3 to 6 months, we can take a look at that again. Or, hey, you know what? I noticed you had a lot of policy or a lot of discounts going on with your advisors here on your maintenance and maybe some of your repair items. Maybe we ought to look at doing that and shore that stuff up and see if we can get a bigger delta in terms of our warranty to CP. Maybe we can get it from 8 to 15 or even $20. So we're using that tool to do that. And really, like in a matter of seconds, we can quickly analyze that. And dealers can do it themselves, or we can consult to them and do it. Either way, it works. But we're getting a lot of play on that with our service managers. So that's been a huge success for us. And again, I think we're about $148,000 in labor on average annualized that we're getting lift, and then parts is probably 160 annualized. So close to it 300,000 annualized for parts and labor lift. And again, we just do a one-time charge for that, pretty nominal, quite frankly, compared to everyone else in the market.
Yes.
And we don't take a percent of the uplift, so it's all net to the dealer in terms of profit. So
Rob, that's a big move. You're making a big move for the dealer there on labor and in parts.
Yeah.
Can I come back to the study that
Yeah.
we mentioned earlier? What do you think were the key drivers that made the retention that much better?
Yeah, again, so it's three key drivers, for us that really help drive that retention. Probably number one, and it's really why we've always felt this in a gut feel, is our distribution channel. Our distributors and our distributor reps really help drive this. I mean, we've got 800 reps in the field, and as I always say, you've probably heard me say this. You take all the DMS companies, all the third-party companies, throw them into the field, and they're fractional. I mean, literally fractional to the number of reps we have. 800 reps in the field, again, in our dealerships every day, training technicians, advisors, and management on how to grow their business and maintain it. And that's probably number one. Number two is certainly our smart VMA digital menus that really help drive that process and making sure every customer every time gets a menu presented to them that drives the maintenance sales. And then finally, our third one is our smart VMA active delivery sheet, which you can see here. And that active delivery sheet really shows exactly where the customer is at in terms of their lifetime protection plan. So our lifetime protection plan active delivery shows the customer how much value they've got in each of the services. So engine, as an example, they got up to $6,000 of engine coverage, $4,000 in fuel, $4,000 in brake, driveline, and so on. And you add all that up, a customer could have up to $32,000 of coverage from lifetime protection plan. And as part of that, that tool not only prints it out for the customer and shows them, hey, here's your protection plan, here's the value you got, and here's when you're due back. That's the key retention point. They know now what mileage they're due back at, and then we'll send them an email follow-up to make sure that they're coming back at that mileage so they can maintain that level of protection on their vehicle. And I think that's really become the ultimate difference maker. When we look at that lifetime protection plan active delivery, the customers that get those are the customers that are really, really driving retention.
Rob, I know there's been some studies by the OEMs on service retention.
Yeah.
Can you share any of your findings?
Yeah, so GM, I don't know why GM in particular, but that's where I see the most data coming from. But they did a study years back. It probably still holds true today, but a 5% increase in service retention would yield a 25% increase in overall dealers' profits, right? So some big numbers there. And then McKinsey also did a study that said this similar, but a little different. 5% increase could mean 25 or up to 95% increase in profit. So the net obviously of this is that the objective of retaining is so you don't have to conquest, right? I mean, ultimately, yeah, dealers love to conquest. Who does, right? It's all fun. But at the end of the day, it's so much less expensive. I mean, 5 times less expensive to retain a customer than it is to conquest, right? We all kind of know that fundamentally, but the data is really starting to prove out now. So super excited about this. We think it's going to make a huge difference in our, further penetration of the marketplace, but also helping the dealers better retain and grow their own business. So,
Rob, thank you. Here we are in the middle of the fourth quarter. Dealers are making their plans now for 2026. We want BG to be a part of that plan and the discussion. What's the best way for our audience to reach out if they're not yet a BG dealer, or if they're BG and not taking advantage of all the things that you mentioned here as well?
Yeah, they can simply go to our website first and foremost if they're not a BG dealer today and search for our distributors via that. It's bg.com, obviously, bgproducts.com. And they can use that as a mechanism, or simply they can contact myself at rleary@bgprod.com. And my cell phone number is 513-240-5689. Text, call me 24/7.
Love it. Everybody, Rob Leary, best in the business. You see his contact information on the bottom of the scroll. Rob, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to wish you and your family and the BG family at the end of next week a very happy Thanksgiving. And thank you for all you do for our industry.
Thank you, Ted, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family as well.
Rob Leary, everybody, one of the anchors at the Fixed Ops Roundtable with BG Products, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted.
Every step I take feels like destiny. Game on the lock, good in my legacy. The grind ain't free and it can't be bought. Grind ain't free and it can't be
Flat tire on the course? Don't fret. Here to get you back in the game is the myKaarma mobile service panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's time for the mobile service panel hosted by our great friends at myKaarma. Matt Bateman is with us today, and alongside some of the great leaders in mobile service, Mark Mickens is with us. Mark, one of the founding members, of this panel, and more. Jeremy Stevens in Florida, in St. Augustine at Bozard Ford Lincoln, and out in Pennsylvania in Reading, Nolan Armpriester. Matt, we're surrounded by the kings here of mobile service, and what a great place to be.
Absolutely.
So, gentlemen, want to talk to you a little bit about some of the things regarding retention. Mark, we got a lot of questions. You remember early on the very first couple mobile panels we did, people asking how this penciled, and I think you've all proven the concept. But what about as a retention tool, Mark? And
yeah, that's a great question, Ted. We've seen this around the country now, working with several OEs where we're able to go out further a little bit. Like I know Jeremy covers a big area, Nolan covers a big area where you're touching the outer ports of your area of responsibility, or PMA, whatever you want to call it, where you're going out and really touching some customers that you might not have been able to get to come to your store because of distance and convenience. And now we're starting to see some people that have been in the business for a while now really actually raise their retention number by not only doing that, but the number we're looking at right now nationally is about 92% of a person that has one mobile service done are more likely to come back to have another one. So there's not too many percentages in the automotive business that say you're going to do something 92% of the time. So strong numbers that we're seeing in the market right now across the networks. Doesn't matter who the manufacturer is, but the retention numbers are strong, and the people's take rate on the second mobile service and third mobile service is in the 90% range.
Yep. And Mark, congratulations to you. I see that you're going to be a NADA speaker once again this year, talking about this topic of mobile service. So, Mark, there we go. It's risen to the top.
Yeah, really, really excited to do it. We have an excellent panel. It's a mixed panel from different manufacturers. Ford Motor Company's represented, of course, Lincoln, Mercedes-Benz. So we're very well represented on the panel. And it's just people that have done it in different ways, from the fleet version to the customer version, and how they've cultivated the success that they've cultivated. From a small fleet of 9, I think is the smallest one that we have on the panel, up to the largest, which is about 35. So we're covering a gamut of successful companies and different ways of being successful.
And Jeremy, Bozard is no exception to that. I know your retention is phenomenally high on customers when they get that mobile service, that they're going to be a mobile service customer the next time and the next time. And that it really is the unicorn in our business. There's really nothing like it, Jeremy.
It is. And that's the cool thing about it, because just sitting here, I got 2 emails from customer praising mobile service, how the technician took their time. And one thing we end with is there anything else I can do to help you before I leave? And that was what that email was about. The technician followed the process, and he asked that question, and he helped them set up their phones, and because nobody knows how to fully operate their radios on these touchscreens. I mean, but if you got a technician there for 5 minutes, they can show you everything on that car. And what that equals to is, like, I added up the mobile surveys this morning, and we had 180 perfect surveys come in just by mobile. And now we're on the flip side of that, where the customer remembers the technician's name, and they say, hey, Patrick is the only one allowed to work on my car. I want Patrick back. I want Brandon back. It's pretty cool how these relationships are happening with the technicians and the customers. And it's pretty cool from where I'm sitting to see it all come together.
And I saw a post in October on LinkedIn, Jeremy. Congratulations. You had a record day from remote services. And it showed the old record and how you surpassed this. If you want to tell us about that, that was a big number.
Yeah, so we did a special project last year for a big fleet customer, and these special projects are great, but what it does, it inflates your number for 1 month. You have like a flat line and then it spikes up. And this thing has been on my back ever since. So that week we actually beat it by 3. So we did 109 repair orders in one day. So it was pretty cool because we've always had this target to hit, because a lot of people, when I started this 2 years ago from Bozar Ford, is you always have the people that says it's not going to work, it's not going to do that, you can't do that. And 109 repair orders in one day mobily should be a wake-up call of all the opportunities out there that we don't even know about. Because we didn't have those appointments before, but somehow they magically happen, and it still doesn't interfere with our main shop appointments.
Nolan, goes back to what you said. The future of our industry is outside the dealership walls. If you want to talk about that a little bit more as well.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And Mark and Jeremy nailed it. As dealers, we're always selling vehicles outside of our PMAs, and a lot of customers that we don't ever even plan on seeing again, right? But with our mobile vans, we have our bays on the road, and we can expand out and take care of all of these customers. And especially on the fleet side, if you're a fleet heavy dealer, chances are you're not seeing a lot of that work come back to you, and you're not even attempting to get it. But with mobile, it gives you a new opportunity to retain everybody. And, to your point, yes, once a customer does a mobile experience, they're not going back, right? They don't necessarily want to come back to the dealership and wait an hour in the waiting area when they know they can sit on their couch and have it done in their driveway. So I think, again, we've talked about this a ton, Ted, but I think the opportunity right now is with outside our walls, and it will continue to be so. As our customer demographic just keeps getting younger, that demand's there. But I do think, there's so many opportunities, from setting subscription packages to just being transparent and communicating to your customers that you offer these services. I think that's one of the biggest things, is a lot of customers don't realize that mobile is even an offering at a lot of stores. So just making it front of mind, is the opportunities there.
Nolan, I know you have a big commercial side of your business, but on the consumer side, and even on the commercial side, when do you introduce this? I know I've seen things at Bozard where they introduce it, early in the process as part of the sale. Jim Sabino has talked about doing the first service for the customer in their driveway. What about you up there in Reading?
Yeah, I mean, we always have point of sale material in the showroom, that's showing it, but we always make sure that anybody that's buying a vehicle or coming into our store knows that we have this. Our F&I office has the offerings for our mobile subscriptions, whether it's fleet or retail. And then our BDC departments are trained to ask if they would like the appointment done mobile, right? So and that just creates the conversation. A lot of times customers will ask, well, what do you mean? And then we get into explaining what mobile service is and how we can come to them to take care of it. But again, I really think a lot of people it's still in its infancy in this industry. So we just have to get the word out to people.
I mean, done right in sales, it could be a great closing tool.
100%.
That's something that you offer that somebody else doesn't. It could be the difference of the person buying the vehicle from you or not buying the vehicle from you. So, that's a great add to a sales team.
Definitely a competitive advantage too, because right now my phone's blowing up. So so picture this. I got a Bozart service van in front of a Nissan dealership doing a Ford recall. And we're pitching it as we're doing a favor to the dealership, but they probably got customers out there looking at a car and seeing a Ford mobile service van that could kind of switch them to the Ford brand. So not only the customer experience, just the exposure. I don't know. Nolan, you probably experienced this. Like, you talk about it, and it's like, when you talk about it, it's like, well, crap, there is another channel that I could go down. There's another opportunity, and it's like it never ends. It's like it keeps going.
To your point, when mobile started, when we really got deep into it 3-4 years ago, I made it a point every weekend to drive a mobile service escape home, just because people kept asking me, what is mobile service? And I'd be like, oh, thank you for asking. Right. And then you just get into explaining it, but it just creates that conversation. And again, once people realize that you'll come to them and give them the same service. I saw a meme a couple of weeks ago that said, our coffee's great, but your living room's better. right? So who wants to come into the dealership for coffee when they can just sit on their couch? You know, it just makes sense.
Matt, the customer service industry is changing with technology, with the tools that myKaarma's got, and then you got these gentlemen who take it the extra step and go to the customer and go to their driveway and perform the service there.
You know, Ted, I keep thinking of the number 109 ROs in one day, Jeremy. That's like one or two entire service departments outside the brick and mortar building, just running around your entire metro area, like additional dealerships that you've built out without adding extra land. And Nolan, to your point, it's 109 opportunities for billboards to be flying around and people to see them, and that exposure, building your brand, it just like compounds it. And you're right. Once the customers have experienced that convenience of being able to do everything remotely, why would they want to go back into the dealership at 92%? It's hard to go backwards when you've had that concierge level of service.
And Matt, it creates a lot of opportunities for doing things the right way, because especially the younger customers. I mean, this is now going to be expected, by everybody. That they have the ability to have the service performed. And I know, Matt, that it's been a couple manufacturers, but it sounds like more are getting on board. And we'll come back to Mark on that as well. Your thoughts, Matt?
Yeah, we're seeing more manufacturers come on board with it, more dealerships taking the initiative themselves and building this out, and just using that combination of the technology and the people and the process here to actually create these solutions. So you've got a great communication experience, you've got a great remote experience, a mobile service experience. Customers are able to do everything from their phone. They're working from home. They don't even really have to leave. They can just see what's happening in the driveway, know what's going on, be updated in real time. They don't have to leave their office. So it's hard to go back. Nolan, I think you said it perfect. The coffee's great. Your living room's better, or your office or your home office or wherever you're at is just more convenient to get this stuff done.
I'm actually writing that down because I think that should be a t-shirt.
Jeremy, our service is great. Your driveway is better. Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Mark, who else is getting into mobile service now? I know you've got a long history, not just on the Ford side, but on the Mercedes side.
We have, Mercedes is really 2026 is going to be a big year for Mercedes mobile service. It's a recommitment, and they're going to be really asking some of their dealers to come on board and expand. And, we have several manufacturers we're working with right now that are considering it. There's several RFPs we've worked on with a couple other luxury brands that we think might happen for us. But the noise in the channel, so to speak, for especially on the luxury brand side, for how important this is becoming, as a selling point and a retention point, has really started to really boil up. I always make the point of the conversation I had with Mercedes-Benz where, I was a Ford dealer. I drive a Ford Bronco. My old dealership has mobile service. They come to my driveway and service my car. I had it done 2 weeks ago. My wife drives a Mercedes-Benz. If my old Mercedes-Benz store didn't match that service,
well,
who's the luxury brand now? Is it Ford or Mercedes-Benz? And I've told that story to the people that need to hear it, and it's a luxury brand message that I've been bringing to the luxury brands that we actually work with to say, are you really luxury brand if, Jeremy Stevens can come and service every one of his customers at their driveway, and you're a Mercedes-Benz or a Genesis or BMW dealer and you don't. So, who is the luxury brand, Yeah.
Mark, that's a great point. Recently, we were at a Toyota dealership, and they were adding their second mobile unit. And the reason they were doing it, they're in Houston, and it's not very convenient for some people who live far away to come in for the first service. I think under Toyota, the first service or first couple services are covered. So they were using the mobile van to go to the customer and perform and make sure the work got done. And they were thinking out of the box, Mark, to make sure that, with the Toyota Care product, that it got done.
See, in the big volume OEs like a Honda or a Toyota, setting, I would think that they would be more interested than maybe anybody, because they're probably the most likely to really lose business to, to an outside source like a Jiffy Lube or,
Yes.
for their units in operation. So that's why they should really do it. I mean, because what could their retention number be if they actually went out and serviced their customers' cars mobilely, right?
Jeremy, what else are you seeing there at Bozard Ford Lincoln? Because you're very far advanced on this. I know that the dealership has grown in the 2 or so years that you've joined, but you have really championed this as the remote services director.
Yeah, and our customers are craving for this customer experience. They're tired of the hassle and the long processes and stuff like that, and talking with our communication center that just talks with customers, hundreds of them a day, and just hearing the feedback from them. Just the advantage of mobile service, and of course I'm biased because I love mobile service, but even your diagnostics. So they're telling me this example, if like, Ted, you call a store, it's like, hey, yeah, we got to do a diagnostics. Can you drop it off and leave it with us? And we've always done that, but with mobile service, it's like, no, I can be there at 8:30 and we're there. You'll know something within 30 minutes. And hearing the communication center talk to customers like that, it's like, it never dawned on me until I heard it. I was like, there's just so many different benefits from it, especially on the fleet side. Just opens the whole. It's the total store package, because sales is easy to lead with mobile service, especially from a fleet side. When you're walking in a construction company and say, "Hey, can I help you do some recalls?" instead of, "Hey, do you want to buy a truck?" It's just, you get in a lot faster and you build a relationship so much faster and better, and just that loyalty. I mean, Nolan and I could probably sit here and Mark could talk all day about the advantages of doing all this and how it benefits the whole entire store, just not service and parts.
Sure. Matt, this is all out of the box thinking for fixed operations, and going into 2026. It's all about what myKaarma does as well. You're totally out of the box, with the things that you do, even more and more.
Yeah, we're excited. 2026 is an exciting year for us. We're looking forward to NADA, looking to show off the new things that we've been working on. I know it's a mobile service panel, but one of the things we've been really focused on is this difference between what we're talking about is conversational AI and workflow AI. And I run partnerships at myKaarma, so I've been busy making sure every AI chatbot that everyone listening to this is using, I'm making sure that they're integrated with myKaarma. You want to use our native one? Great. You want to bring yours in? Great. I want to make them all work with it. But what we're doing different, what I want to show you guys when you come to NADA, is the workflow stuff that we're doing. So how do we reduce the time for the car to actually be in service? How do we give you real-time feedback to your technicians, whether they're mobile or in the dealership, on the quality of a video inspection? So everything around the workflow, not just is it a bot that's talking to you, but actual AI workflow. So that's the stuff we're working on. And to your point, Ted, we're always trying to think the next step, the next level, to be that true platform, whether it's out in the field or in the dealership.
Matt, the tech is becoming the star. Here in mobile, they're in person, but at the dealership, you've got them on the phone, okay? And Tom Druzynski was just here at West Her and did a interesting panel with us last week, and he talked about, and West Her has 40 some locations, as you, Mark, as I'm sure you know as well, and they've got, I think, 400 some technicians, and they outfitted them all with phones, and they had to expand the bandwidth, but they really made a big focus of these techs doing the proper multi-point video inspections, and they actually gave them a magnet on their stall with the checklist of things that they're going to go through, which I thought was the first time I'd seen that. I thought that was fascinating, that the focus is now all on that technician, Matt.
Well, Ted, I'm sure Mark and Jeremy and Nolan are going to agree with me. Look at the shift that's happened and who's talking to the customer now, especially mobile service, right? It was the advisor, right? It used to be I waited for the tech to go talk to the advisor, and then the advisor walked me through. Now we're relying on our technicians to not just service the vehicle, but to present their findings in a professional way. So especially out in the field, they've got to be trained to do that. over video, they have to be trained to do that. So the car is the star, but it's the technician that's delivering the message directly to the customer. That's a shift. That's a real shift that we've all experienced.
It's a big shift.
Yeah.
You know, trust and transparency. I kind of marvel at all these big operations like Nolan and Jeremy have, that they have all those technicians out there every day being engaged with their customers directly. I think it's a huge advantage. I really do. I think customers want to talk to the people that are working on the car as much as they possibly can.
Mark,
I gotta ask,
the world is speeding up. Go ahead.
I'm just going to add that there's always been this preconceived idea of, well, technicians don't want to talk to customers. Technicians are behind. They just want to work on the cars. That's not true, right? These are talented men and women out there that are putting quality inspections together, that are talking to customers directly at their homes or their offices, or sending incredible video inspections to the customer. Like the techs, they have stepped up. They're doing a fantastic job communicating with customers.
You know, think about it. In the service world, the automotive technician is really the last person that does service for you that you don't talk to. If you have a plumber come to your house, an electrician, any kind of service that comes to your home, or anytime you go out for a service, you're talking to the person that's performing the service before they do it. So, you know, it's really kind of like the last industry that has warmed up to the fact that people like to talk to the person that's doing the work every once in a while, right? And so, you know, we're breaking through in 2025, but that's where we're at.
That's right. You don't want to hear what they find on the operating table from the nurse. You kind of want to hear what happened with the doctor.
That's perfect.
That is the perfect analogy, Jeremy. And it seems everything is going a lot faster, and the whole world is speeding up. And Jeremy, this convenience factor, the hospitality factor, and getting the tech involved early with the customer. I mean, the customers dig it, going back to your point, to be able to talk to the tech. And I'm curious, Jeremy, do they want that same tech to come back, you know, for the next time and the following time? Do they ask for them?
They do. And you would think, and it's a great problem to have, but it is hard logistically. Sometimes it's like, oh shoot, he's full, and you're having to switch the schedule around. But one thing that we did was make sure they had their name tags so they can remember their names and stuff like that. And we encourage them to talk to them and, you know, look at what we used to train advisors. You remember when we trained advisors, we'll say, hey, find some common ground, look at bumper stickers, see if they got a car seat in the back, look for these things. So now we're teaching our technicians that way. And now, Ted, my other problem sometimes is the efficiency of it. It's like, all right, you got to cut that conversation down, because now the customer is engaged and they want to show them the classic cars, their motorcycles. I mean, it turns into that cool of a relationship where they want to just spend time with them. But it's like, okay, you got to go. Let's go. But it's been pretty cool to see those relationships develop. And what's cool also, and Nolan, you've probably seen this, is when the technicians come back and talk about their great interactions with the customers. Oh, yeah. It's like, oh, did you get that so-and-so customer? Did he tell you about this? And that is unheard of in the dealership. You know, because usually you always focus on the negative stuff. But now when you hear technicians talk about how cool customers are, it's like, okay, now we're getting something. We just broke through a major wall in the automotive world.
Yeah, definitely. The role of the technician has changed so much over the past, 10, 15 years. They're just dual role employees now. They're customer facing, they're doing the work. And again, to everybody's point, I think that's always been the case. I think we just kind of sheltered them and kept them in the back for so many years, but I think we always could have been doing this. And, I always had a couple of technicians, 15, 20 years ago that were very good with customers that I always brought up front, but I think we probably did ourselves a disservice by keeping them in the back for as long as we have.
Nolan, think back. What prompted you to get into the mobile area of the business? What really help you make that decision?
Opportunity, really. Our dealership about 7 years ago, our main store moved from a very urban location to a very rural location. And we weren't used to being in the middle of nowhere. We were used to customers, standing out front, waiting to get in the morning. So once we moved, we lost a lot of our customers, and we had to expand our PMA somehow to try to get them back. So mobile was just the perfect way to let the customers know, hey, we can still come to you. It doesn't matter if you're 30 miles away or 40 miles away, we'll be there.
Right. Jeremy, this is not going away. This is getting bigger from what I hear. Every dealer tells me they're going to add more and more in the coming year.
Yeah, that's the chatter I'm getting, and it's just not Ford. It's GM, it's Chrysler, it's a lot of them. And I know Mark said that Mercedes is going to ramp up, and I think the other day I seen a Volkswagen doing it. He had a Toyota service car, but it was a Volkswagen dealership, and it's like it's going to explode. It's almost one of those things you need to go ahead and get it going, even if you just have one. And you can do like 4 or 5 appointments, you're on top. You're winning at that point.
Yeah, but a lot of credit to the Ford and Ford dealers. I mean, Ford has really been the leader in this space, and they've been out in front of it. And I think because of that, some of these other folks are looking around and saying, we better get into this before it's too late, because it could get late on you pretty quick, And like I said, dealers like Jeremy and Bozart and Jim Sabino up at All American. I mean, being leaders in this area it's been tough. So the fact that it's been proven out right now is probably pretty satisfactory for all of you, and I'm glad everybody's business is doing well.
Matt, it's a whole new game. 2026. Where do we learn more about some of the tools that myKaarma has brought to the dealership world, and things that you're working on, including the AI stuff that you referenced earlier?
Yeah, come check out our new website at myKaarma.com. We just redid it earlier this year. It looks fantastic. Got a lot of new information. We're adding new products, new solutions there every single day. We've got a whole section on the AI, especially the workflow stuff that we're doing, right? I keep using that word, but that's what we're all trying to do. How do we reduce the time that a customer is spending at the dealership, or their vehicle is up on that lift? How do we make the dealers more productive? How do we make them more efficient? How do we make more money? That's all the stuff that we're really focused on. And hey, NADA is just around the corner. Come see us. We'll be there. We'll be right by the big GM booth in the back. So come check us out.
Matt gave me the privilege of walking through some of his platforms recently, and it's really impressive stuff. So, if you are at NADA, you should stop by. It could really help somebody's business, really enhance what you're doing.
Yeah. Man, I don't know a better ambassador for myKaarma than Mark Mickens, because
it works.
Yeah, I mean, always talking about myKaarma, right? So there we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mark.
And uses it in the real world. Everybody, I want to thank the panel: Jeremy Stevens from Bozard, Mark Mickens, ES3, Nolan Armpriester, Matt Bateman from myKaarma. And gentlemen, I want to wish all of you and your families a happy Thanksgiving, happy holiday next week on behalf of the automotive community. And we're indebted and very grateful to all of you for all that you've brought, all the knowledge you've brought to the roundtable.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Everybody, you can visit myKaarma on the web. You see that scroll down below, myKaarma.com. myKaarma.com. Matt Bateman is the man at myKaarma, and you'll be able to visit him as well in person at the NADA coming up here shortly in the new year. So the myKaarma mobile service panel here with us at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hello everyone, it's Vanessa Collins
and Katrina Nass.
We are here at NADA 2025 with the Fixed Ops Roundtable at the myKaarma booth. We are here with Uj Nath. Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome, and thank you so much for inviting me to be here, because I know you have a large audience and I have a message to send them.
Yes, absolutely. Let's get into that message first with an introduction of who you are and what you do here at myKaarma.
So I am the founder, CEO of myKaarma. I started the company in 2012. I had a bad experience with my car in service, and I decided I was going to try and, solve the problem. I didn't have ambitions like the kind of booth we have right now. We're close to 2,000 dealers now, and basically what I went with is, if a consumer was getting service, what would they like to experience? And I realized that we had to just take every interaction between an end customer and the dealership and make it streamlined, make it exceptional. And that's what we've done. We were the first guys to introduce texting, recorded calls, translations, emails into the space, all as one conversation. First guys to do mobile payments. So why do you have to go to the store to figure out what your amount is and then have a cashier not tell you why it was wrong? You could see it on a phone and pay on your phone. We're also the first guys to introduce technician videos, which is transparency, a big hallmark of ours, that when somebody tells you that there's an oil leak, and you know the newer cars have foam underneath, so you don't see the oil leak in your garage. So you don't believe them. But now you got a video and the guy's showing you the oil leak and pointing it out to you. You say, okay, I get it. I got to change the gasket. And so that's some of the innovations we've done. We're a customer interaction management platform that makes every interaction between an end customer and a franchise dealer seamless, transparent, and convenient. That's what we do.
Wow, that is amazing. And I love that you took a poor experience you had and created that into a solution on how to better the industry and make the customer experience overall better for everyone in need of service. So talk to us a little bit about your products and how you guys are starting to implement AI now that it is becoming a large trend, and tell us how you guys are taking that on and using it to your advantage.
Sure. So first you got to remember that we do everything in the value stream of a customer. So we start with making appointments. We have a web scheduler. We do mobile check-ins. We communicate with you. We send you a video MPI, which is where you see a video and pictures of the repairs that are recommended. Then we do payments. And then finally, we have a BDC inbox solution called Service Connect, where we automate all the follow-up. So that's the base. Now, my philosophy is you can't be good at everything. So we've started looking at AI, and in my current way of thinking, it might change in the future, I think AI is a good co-pilot. It's an assistant. So we, first of all, like one of the products we're releasing right now is called Service Avatar. And what we can do is take these follow-ups that happen to you. For example, if you have a Takata airbag recall, and you'll see a clip of this, you'll get a video rather than a piece of text telling you what's wrong. And it'll show you exactly what happens when the airbag explodes, how the shrapnel might hit you, blind you, to get you to come back to the store to get that change. And we can do that at scale. So we can do that at scale, meaning you give us 10,000 customers, we'll look up their car, we'll look up what recalls are due, we'll transpose the exact video, pictures of the dealership, the general manager speaking as the avatar, and we'll try and get you back in. And we know that you can get a 10 to 20% lift just by moving to video. So that's one of our products. We have a whole slew of AI products that we're overlaying on top of our products. A simple one is, I'm sure you've seen the all caps messages from your service writer when they've switched from CDK to myKaarma, because for some reason on CDK you use all caps. Well, we have an assistant, AI assistant, which will say, do you want to make this more formal after they've typed it? You hit it, it'll rewrite the message for you, get rid of all the caps, make it nice and professional, and send it to you. You have similar technologies for technicians to clean up their stories so that warranty claims are easier. So we have a ton of stuff coming out. I'll tell you to come to our booth, but by the time this video comes out, it'll be too late.
Yes. No, and you showed us a video of that AI generated, message from the service advisor, the avatar, and it was absolutely remarkable.
It was amazing.
It looked so real.
To create the avatar is only 60 seconds. We tell you to read a passage on camera, and that's it.
Wow, it's almost like the Face ID you have on your iPhone takes your voice, takes your face, and it does it all.
It's stupendous. We're just scratching the surface, guys. In the future, we'll be able to tell you, and through AI, tell you what appointments to serve up to a customer, so you balance the appointment load with the technicians automatically. So, when you come, and if, let's say, Monday morning, 7 a.m. is really busy, we'll automatically give you the first few slots in the afternoon. And this will all be done without human intervention. It'll just make everything more productive. So we have a lot of stuff coming out. I mean, We have a reporting engine coming out where in July when that's released, we've done a lot of tests and we're working with Google on it. You can use an AI layer, it's called a semantic layer, where you ask questions in English and it'll generate the report for you. So you can say, in my dealership, show me the technician that has the most number of videos. And let's say it shows you John Smith. You say, what percentage of the ROs are videos? You'll say 85%. The 15% that he didn't send out, why didn't he send it out? He'll come back and tell you it was all express service, he didn't feel it was necessary. You can do that all in English, so it solves a big problem for us, which is people ask for custom reports all the time, and we have to put programmers to write the reports. Now, that's gone. You write your own reports.
Wow.
And
So
in English.
it's all convenience for the customer and the dealer. And I think that is what myKaarma is all about.
Exactly. Wow. We believe that every interaction has to be convenient, transparent, and contextual. And you get an exceptional interaction. When you stitch that together, you get an amazing amount of loyalty and a customer experience that tops it all.
Yep. At the end of the day, it is all about the customer experience. And that is what they are preaching here at myKaarma. Right now, we are at the 2025 NADA convention in New Orleans at, again, the myKaarma booth. And thank you for having us here today.
Thank you so much, Fixed Ops. Everybody in Fixed Ops, I think we owe you guys a solution like this.
Thank you.
Need a ride to the best show in fixed ops? Join us for the mobile and rideshare panel filmed live at our pop-up event in New York City.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tine here with Ted Ings. We are at Uber World Headquarters here in New York at the World Trade Center. And Ted, today we are going to be talking about mobile service, remote service operations, and rideshare.
And Sarah, we have the leaders literally in the industry, so really fortunate to have them. Sarah, I'm going to let you go ahead and get the first question started.
All right, well, Ed, I want to come to you first because when you were talking about mobile service, what role is it playing in your fixed ops strategy today, and how are customers responding?
Mobile service is something that our customers have been asking for decades. We just never responded to it. And from the standpoint of the dealer standpoint, we focus on the glamour of the business, and the glamour of the business is the sales side. And the sales side may happen once every 5 years, depends on what that sales cycle is. But ultimately it takes hours, maybe days, sometimes weeks or months. But the ownership cycle is what takes time. And the ownership cycle is what we get an opportunity to visit that customer over and over and over again and truly build a relationship. And what better place to build that relationship than in a place that they're comfortable with in their own home. When we can show up there, we own that customer forever. I could tell you what, I'm there to classify the customer so I could know what I could sell the next time, whatever. No, we're there to build that relationship and create an opportunity to have a lifelong customer.
And Jim, thinking about the market here and what you're seeing, what role is mobile playing in your business?
Mobile service has been a big expansion tool for us. We've been able to expand our capacity in our service department without brick and mortar construction. So each bay, each van represents a bay on the road. It's a mobile bay. And the convenience level, as Ed said, you're meeting the customer on their terms, on their location, whether it be their home, their work of business, their place of business. It's a convenient transaction that repeat and referral business really kicks in high gear at that level. So the expansion and the convenience level is really where our focus is with mobile service.
Tom, what are you seeing today?
So I think one of the visuals that Brian Benstock used earlier just really drove it home for me. You see the number of competitors that a customer has to drive by in order to get to a dealer, right? So we're not always the most convenient place in the world. They're going to drive past tons of competitors on their way to work or on their way home. Mobile service and pickup and delivery, those sort of things give us a leg up on the competition because we eliminate 99% of those competitors if we're just going to go to you and pick up that car, get the work done.
And Nolan, what are you seeing with your customers and how have they been responding?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Ed said, we're going where they're comfortable. So we've changed, and you have to change the mindset, right? But we're changing from forcing customers to do business on our terms, doing business on their terms, making ease of transaction, everything's convenient for them. So we've seen great success with it.
And Matt, we're here today at Uber, and of course, Uber is playing a big part in mobile service and pick stop strategies for dealerships. How are you seeing customers responding when this is paired with rideshare solutions like Uber?
We're seeing a lot of dealerships CSI scores skyrocket. Customers love it. They can have their car picked up by an employee, brought back to their house by an employee, and that dealership's using Uber to transport that employee back and forth. Or if you drop your car off, instead of waiting for a shuttle van, most of the customers are jumping in an Uber and heading right back home.
Excellent. And Troy?
So we've learned a lot over 10 years with 3.5 million services ourselves as a company. We're pivoting and taking on some great partners up here and some here in the audience and learning a lot from them as well, giving them the tools and technology from the software to consulting and educating where we're at. Here's a quick stat for you. Ford, we know, is probably the most aggressive with mobile. 2.5 years ago, they were doing about 20,000 customer experiences a month. Today, they're at 300,000. Okay, and that's half between pickup and delivery and half mobile service. So it's a pretty big number. So it tells you what's happened over at least the 2.5 years.
And can I ask some of the folks up here, because you are the leaders, can you tell us about how many mobile units you have today? And if you don't mind, tell us where Bozart is.
We operate 41 mobile units daily.
Well, 41.
Yes.
We have 11, and we're adding 3 on this year.
Jim, I remember when you had 2 or 3.
Well, everyone starts with 1.
And it went down. By the way, Ed, do you see that number going up in the future?
I foresee that number being in the hundreds, yes.
Yeah. Tom Druzynski.
So we're at 7 and climbing. We're not at end numbers, but get that.
Well on your way.
Yeah, correct.
Yes. And Nolan.
We have 33 on the road every day.
Well, and something unique about yours, you run multiple shifts with them.
We have 3 shifts. Yeah, we do 4 a.m. to 12. We do a 7 to 5, and then we do a 2 p.m. to 12 at night.
So how many mobile ROs last year?
Between the 2 stores, 35,000.
Wow. We were waiting Colby on the phone, and I said, "You're from where?"
Yeah. You wouldn't think
we had no idea you were flying under the radar.
Yeah. Yeah, we have teams, and we work in multiple states every day.
Troy, do you see this kind of growth going on all over the country?
Yeah, I mean, it starts, like they said, he started with 1 van, 41. I think what it shows is the customers are out there, they're looking for this, whether it's fleet, recall, or B2C. So we are definitely seeing a pickup. I think 25 is going to be the year for sure.
And Matt, Uber is a big part of this because a lot of the dealers look at the ROI of having 1 van or having 3 or 10 or 30. There's a tremendous ROI in terms of, you mentioned customer satisfaction as well, if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, I think having a lot of your customers satisfied goes a long way. We see, just in sales here, we go to a dealer's Google My Business page, Google Reviews, and a lot of dealers are getting slammed. Customers are sitting there for an hour and a half, especially if you're in a major metro area. You're sitting there for an hour and a half waiting for your shuttle van to get back. Nobody's speaking with them. With the Uber product, they're waiting there for 7 minutes. They're heading home. And I think just the experience is, it's changed. The dynamic has changed. A lot of the customers, they're happy to come back. They're in and out of your store instead of sitting there for 2 hours to get service.
ROI in terms of customer satisfaction. Jim Sabino, how's that working out here in New Jersey?
Customer satisfaction is skyrocketed as a direct result from remote experiences. So pickup and delivery mobile service is considered a remote experience. 5-star Google reviews, net promoter scores from the manufacturer surveys have skyrocketed solely directly because of mobile service and pickup and delivery.
You're in Bergen County, Route 17, New Jersey. Those customers dig the mobile service.
They do. tough crowds, but when you please them, convenience, and you provide a level of basically seamless and on their terms, you win. You win the game every time.
Ed, I had no idea that you can go an entire month with the fleet that you have and have perfect or near perfect CSI. Ed, that's unheard of.
Customers embrace it, and we talk about ROI. We can measure each truck, and we do, and we can do all those things. But truly, at the end of the day, what does it affect? It affects our customer acquisition cost. That's what it affects. And that's unmeasurable when you try to look back at that at mobile, but that comes from the loyalty element of it.
And just in thinking about, and Tom, I'd love to get your perspective. When you're talking about technician productivity and then customer satisfaction, as Ed was mentioning, now the repair bay is on the go. How do you balance, some of these solutions to really keep the customers happy?
Well, it's nice because there are many times when you need to expand, right? We heard Margo say there's not a shortage of technicians, right? I don't, in most of our stores, we don't have a shortage of technicians. I have the opposite. I need more space. I either need to be open more hours, or I need to be able to leverage mobile services, pick up deliveries, do work outside of the store. Thanks to the handy dandy little computers that we all keep in our pockets, you're never going to have a price or a product advantage again, right? The new battleground is customer experience, and that's a word that you've heard up here across the board is experience, right? And that's what it's about, is driving that customer experience. If those customers are happy and they're having that good experience, it sets us apart. They're going to do more service. They're going to come back. They're going to spend more money. They're going to buy more cars, and it's going to keep our technicians busy.
And Troy, what are other solutions dealerships should be implementing that enhance technician productivity?
So I just think it's whatever their strategies are. I think one thing we heard on the panel earlier is about acquisition play. So think in a mobile environment, when you go to a customer's house, you can not only give an appraisal on that vehicle, they probably have a second car in the driveway. So if that is your strategy, that gets you eyes on a car that you may never have saw. So again, I had some background with appraising a lot of cars in my previous life. So I do think it's a strategy for sure.
And let me tie on that a bit, because yes, most driveways are split, and it gives us the opportunity to appraise that car as well. But also, they know what kind of service experience they're getting with that brand of vehicle, and it ain't the same service experience that they're getting with the vehicle that you're there servicing. So it's the opportunity to acquire that customer, and that's what really drives down that customer acquisition cost.
Jim, how do you qualify which repairs or maintenance can be done with the mobile unit versus in the shop?
Well, Ford has a little mobile service friendly program that they use that assists us with recalls. They identify just under 70% of all recalls from Ford and Lincoln are able to be performed on the road. So that's a great percentage for the end user, the customer, because we can come right to their location where it saves them the trip into the dealership, which, again, a lot of customers don't like to come into the dealership for various reasons. Some do, but if you can come to their house or place of business and take that pain point away from them, you win that customer. And most likely you got to come away with an appointment. And then it gives you a chance for vehicle acquisition. It gives you a chance for multi-point inspection. If there's any other work that needs to be done, possibly there on the road, we keep our vans stocked with some parts, some quick, easy moving parts. And if it's a little heavier work, then we'll schedule, pick them a delivery and get that car back into the shop. So there's a lot of opportunity there. You have to get the appointment set and you win.
Something that Nolan mentioned to me is that he's really focused a lot of this on the commercial customer, all right? Speak to us about that.
Yeah, I mean, we put most of our focus on fleet. We're about 70-30, 70% fleet, 30% customer. We just find that, we're really creating a solution to their problem. We're eliminating downtime. Fleets cannot be down. So the minute that they're down, we go out, we fix the vehicle, we get them back on the road. And that has been huge for us and our operation.
You know, Troy, a lot of the folks who are up here on the panel, it's kind of been the Wild West because they kind of had to develop this as they go, okay? But now they've
partners.
The ingredients. What are you saying?
They learned from our mistakes. Early on, we learned a lot over these 10 years. And so through our technician feedback, everything to how to upfit a van correctly, through technicians, not someone at a corporate office saying, here's a van, go run mobile. So we constantly will sit down with teams like Ed and as service advisors and learn what do they want in an application. Great partners with Reynolds in Ed's example, where they've been open with their software for us. As you know, again, you watch service advisors jump from one system to another, and that's clumsy and complicated, and people don't like that. So they've been great partners and have opened up their software for us.
I want to touch on one point that makes all of this possible, and that's really the digital tools. And there's a lot of different uses that we're seeing in the industry. Matt, I'd like to come to you first. How are digital tools like mobile service, rideshare integrations, how are these shaping the future of automotive?
I think it's becoming more of a norm at a lot of dealerships, whereas about 4 years ago, you would speak to a dealership, they would say, this is crazy. Nobody's gonna do it, nobody's moving my customer. But as times advance, I think a lot of dealerships are focused on volume, getting customers in, having them enjoy the experience. And one of the fastest ways, best ways you can do that is with rideshare. And not only moving customers, but moving parts. Uber allows dealers to move parts between sister stores, without having to have a van or have an employee drive those parts back and forth. So where I see a lot of it shifting towards is the rideshare.
And Ed, when we're talking about digital tools, there's a lot of other components that go into making this possible for the customer.
When you take that whole platform and tie it together and then have partners like Reynolds and SPIFFY that can analyze that information, we got the vehicle data, we have the inventory of the van, we have the telematics of where those vans are. Now we can choose the right van that's in the right location with the right parts on it, with the right technician to go to that vehicle and take care of it in a timely manner. And that no one person can calculate all together. You need partners to be able to pull that information together and analyze it for you.
And Nolan, in your operation, 3 shifts, how do you coordinate all of this with digital tools?
That's tough, but we've just partnered with SPIFFY, so moving forward, we'll be working with Troy and his team to help streamline a little bit, but it is tough. I mean, we have it structured, we have managers, coordinators that set up the day, but there's a lot of moving pieces, so the partnership with SPIFFY is well needed for sure.
Nolan, I've heard that SPIFFY offers tracking and software that has capabilities that really nobody else has out there. Is that one of the things that you saw in SPIFFY?
Yeah, well, similar to what Ed said, just identifying the right van, the right tech, the proper route to take, because that all makes a difference. So we're looking forward to it.
Want to speak?
Yeah, we look at efficiencies. If we're, get into a dealership and we're starting to look at your ROs and you want to grow from 3 to 5, what does the software can do to help you with that and automate it? So even in Ed's store, there's 41 vans, we got in there and looked at some processes and have improved his RO count on a daily basis in some staggering numbers. Like, I think it was 136 ROs in one day at that location. It's mobile.
Yes.
So, all right,
on a day that rained.
Yeah.
Lightning round for the audience, for the dealers watching, 30 seconds, no more than that, starting with Ed. You're talking to another dealer who's considering getting into mobile and remote services. Ed, what advice would you give them? We'll go down the line.
So you have to look at it from a different angle. You have to look at it, what if you couldn't say no? When I did some research back in 2019, when we started to get heavier, we got mobile in 2015, we decided to make the switch in 19 to get heavier into it. 60% of the vehicles that came into our service department that didn't come in for an oil change never had the lift set on it. Well, if we don't set the lift on it in our shop, we don't need to do it in our shop. We can do it mobily. So if you couldn't say no, what would you do?
Jim.
It's a great remote experience. Is a great option to take. Start slow. You're going to hit some roadblocks, challenges, make adjustments as you go, and it's going to be a successful program overall.
Tom Druzynski.
So when we first started looking at it, I struggled with how to crack the nut. I was looking at it from the dollars standpoint, right? Oil changes, tire rotations, like we're never going to get there. But a very smart man, Ed Roberts, told me start with recalls, start with special order parts. They're always at repair rates. They're at your warranty labor rates. So it makes it a lot less easier. You need a lot less work to be actual to
advice.
Justify the cost of the vehicle. So it's a good place to start.
No.
I mean, it's the future of the industry. I mean, I think any dealer or any group that's not getting on board at this point is going to be left behind. The demand is going to continue to increase, and the real opportunity is outside our walls, not inside of them.
You mentioned that for most dealerships, the future opportunity is outside its walls.
I truly believe that.
Yeah. That.
I think let us move your customers and your employees to and from your stores while you guys focus on servicing cars.
You got the place work.
Okay, last word. It starts with everybody in this room. Leadership. You know, from the principal to the GM to the fixed ops director, service managers and advisors, they all have to get behind this for it to be successful. And the locations and dealerships that we see are most successful, you have that. You have this group sitting up here and most of you in this audience. So it's a very important piece for mobile to work.
All right. I'm going to add one more piece of that. If you can't get into mobile service, get into pickup and delivery. And you don't need multiple people to do that. You can use Matthew to take your employee to pick that vehicle up and bring that vehicle back to service. Now you're setting yourself apart.
All right. Well said, everybody. So thank you for all of you to taking the lead in doing this. I'm Ted Ings. I'm here with Sarah Van Tyne. We're here at Uber headquarters in New York in the World Trade Center with the leaders of mobile and remote services, and we're going to be right back.
At your dealership, customers always come first. Discover how you can help ensure a 5-star experience, boost CSI scores, and control costs with Uber for Business. Elevate your customer experience by providing courtesy rides to customers while their cars are being serviced. Use Central to request an Uber ride for your customer. They'll receive an SMS to track their trip. For repairs that might take a few days, provide a voucher with Uber credit that can be used on rides. Use Central to help move employees to and from the dealership with ease. Provide white glove service with vehicle pickup and drop off during service or maintenance appointments. Transport parts straight to your service bay using the parts delivery feature on Central. Uber for Business helps you optimize costs and improve operational efficiency, while taking your customers' experience from good to great. Join thousands of auto dealerships using Uber for Business today. Learn more on our website.
Go, 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 go.
Hey, how would you like to pay? Card, cash, or check?
I will do a card.
Okay, thank you very much. And will you sign right here?
Sure.
Okay, have a great day.
Great, thank you. Introducing Dealer Pay Moves, Dealer Pay's new mobile application for dealerships on the move. It's really great because all you have to do is search for your repair order. It's then going to search whichever DMS that the dealership is connected to. As you can see, it's going to pull up that customer record in that open repair order. I'm simply going to select it. Now you've got all your customer details here, including the surcharge amount if it were to be applied with a credit card. I've got options to pay by credit debit. I can key enter the transaction. I can use a paper check or even report cash. I can even add transactions in here so I can do some real-time voids and refunds. Dealer Pay Moves is a great solution for your dealership to stay relevant and mobile.
Hear it from the Platinum Racers at Northwood University, Mike Cavanaugh and Dr. Matt Bennett.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. We are at Northwood University at the International Auto Show. And Ted, the energy on campus today has been incredible.
It has. It's been electric. We've got some great guests here with us. Mike Cavanaugh from Lithia and Dr. Matt Bennett from Northwood University. Gentlemen, welcome to the CAM Summit and welcome back to Northwood University.
Thanks, Ted. Good to be here, Ted. Thank you for being here and facilitating what was an amazing second annual CAMS Industry Summit Had a lot of great representation. You guys nailed it, crushed it, killed it, whatever you want to say. But we're looking forward to great things this weekend for our Super Bowl.
Matt, this really, you described it today as a Super Bowl. It really is. A lot of energy in that room there with some great speakers. What was the thought about getting the industry together for this kind of summit now the second year in a row?
Well, as I said earlier, when we launched, it really was the brainchild of LG Bright, Dr. Dave Oventhal, our alumni, about a way where we could bring the best and the brightest and really expand the opportunity to launch our Center for Automotive and Mobility Studies. And what better way to do that than by serving as the bridge between education and industry? And so we really brought a lot of thought leaders last year. Mr. Cavanaugh was on that initial group with Automotive Insights, and we knew we had to raise the bar. I don't know if we quite got there, but I think we did pretty good, bringing in some dynamic leaders from across the globe. In fact, having a gentleman come in hot today from South Africa. So
yes,
it was really, really good, and had a really diverse audience to represent automotive retail as well as automotive aftermarket, where Northwood's had a great place where we doubled down over the last 50, 60 years.
Mike, Lithia was a big part of the conversation today. We learned more about the DART program and some of the initiatives that Lithia is working on. Can you tell us about some of those things? And that certainly has played a big part here at Northwood.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of exciting things going on right now with the Northwood partnership and with DART. And I believe you had Diego and Ashwin both on here today and had some good conversations about it. So I don't necessarily want to be redundant, but I think we've got more excitement around, early stage career development, late stage career development with folks at Lithia in a partnership with Northwood. And one of our current darters that came through your organization, I would say Vanessa Collins was a great addition to the team. So I think good representation of what, Northwood can do and exciting to see more folks want to work at Lithia and grow a career there at the largest automotive group in the world.
And tell us why this is so important to Lithia. And I think you shared with us last summer approximate number of employees worldwide at Lithia. Very impressive. If you want to share some of that information today.
We continue to grow. I mean, it's tens of thousands of people, right, that continue to be a larger and larger organization. We just had a couple more acquisitions here recently as well. So we've got quite a few in the pipeline also. It's, it's an exciting place to work. I've often said it's like, holding onto a rocket ship. It's going to keep growing and growing faster and faster and going higher and higher. You just got to be able to hold on.
Matt, Mike Cavanaugh, first MBA graduate at Northwood University and an incredible program here at the International Auto Show. What kind of curriculum or what kind of pieces really prepare the students to participate in an event like this?
Well, I think Mike had a great analogy there. If I can build on that, the rocket ship. We're just privileged to have a front row seat or back row of that rocket ship because it's going fast. But I think it works because, to your point, Sarah, we're working with the right type of people. It's about people that fit. It's synergy. It's, as you've heard me say multiple times, anybody can have a partner. But I truly believe a sincere friendship is what makes these work, because I know Mike won't hesitate to call and tell me what's up or whether there's an opportunity or an issue, and I have the flexibility to do the same. So you're able to learn from those pain points. But, Mike, as one of our inaugural dealership executive MBA grads, really built the foundation. In fact, many of you know LG Bright, our chair of the MBA, our automotive program here, was in that inaugural class back in 2008. Yes. So it's coming on a 20-year anniversary of that.
Don't say that.
No,
really old.
But you were 12 years old and I was 9 when we went into that, or vice versa.
Fraser has a 16-year-old that was born during the program.
He does.
He told me he's missing this week because he's got his 16-year-old's birthday.
And you've got Ben Pyle, who's an executive with Toyota Global. You've got Rick Leviton, who's with Nissan Global. That group is really a group of who's who in the industry. And we sat on it for a little while, but we rekindled the flames of that program over the last 24 months.
Yes.
Sparked by our engagement with Mike. He's been integral in that, to the point where we're relaunching that program this fall. And it's the world's only automotive MBA that focuses on automotive mobility studies. It incorporates the sales, the technical, the fixed ops, the variable, the leadership development, more on the soft skills, but the people are bringing in their technical trades with wherever they are in their industry. So we're really excited about that and looking forward to getting it launched.
We may just have quite a few Lithians that are participating in this.
And under Mike's leadership, we've actually, with this alliance, are even looking at a group just exclusively for Lithia and branding it as such so that that group can build a cohort experience and go through it together. We joke with their leadership and training team that it's an automatic buddy system with 25 to 30 executives and aspiring leaders from all over the globe. And the beauty is, to Mike's credit, Diego's credit, Ashwin's credit, their DART program, their AMP program, were all part of the blueprint so that we get those programs in a 2.0 fashion for graduate credits. And selfishly, I want them all to go through it, because then we get a treasure trove of faculty who can come back. I'm still working on this guy to come work in the classroom with his graduate degree, but
I would love to see that.
no brainer, no brainer.
One day.
We're
All
working
right.
on
Well,
it.
gentlemen, congratulations on all the success you're having here at Northwood University, at Lithia. What a great combination. And again, nothing but success ahead.
Thanks for having us on.
All right. Sarah Van Tyne are here, and I are here at Northwood University at the International Auto Show, and we're coming back.
Welcome to the high-stakes world of the intern. Only the most dedicated, hard-working, and eager student will stand out above the rest and earn exclusive opportunities, recognition, and rewards from the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
It's time to turn the tables. This time, it's more than just an internship. It's a competition. We're hosting an entire reality show.
10 interns will enter the boardroom. Only one will win it all. Who will drive their career to the top?
We'll see you in the boardroom. Meet the women driving their careers to the max as they go for the gold. It's the Women in Automotive Career Path panel.
Welcome back to Northwood University. We're at the CAMS Industry Summit at the International Auto Show. Ted Ings and I from the Fixed Ops Roundtable are here today, and this panel, Ted, is a very exciting topic in our industry.
The Women in Automotive panel. Very honored to have this group with us here today. I'll ask you each to introduce yourself, tell the audience who you are and what you do in our industry.
Good morning. I'm Camron Wilson. I'm the Vice President of Education and Training for the National Automobile Dealers Association.
Hi, I'm Maureen Martin, and I'm the Vice President of Strategic Alliances for Dynatron Software.
Hello, I'm Eve Knudtsen, and I'm President of Knudtsen Automotive Group. We're a small automotive group representing Chevrolet, Lincoln, and Mazda in North Idaho and Eastern Washington. And I'm also a Northwood alum.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Megan Gardner. I'm the Executive Director of Marketing and Communications for MEMA, the Vehicle Suppliers Association.
Hello, Julie Douglas. I am the President, CEO, Founder of DealerPay. We are the leader in automotive dealership-specific payments processing.
Julie, I'd like to start with you because we have a lot of students that are in our audience today and a lot of people that are listening about the automotive industry, and there's a lot of different careers that are available. So what inspired you to pursue a career in automotive?
Well, I remember I was young and I was early in the payments processing industry, and believe it or not, a Nissan dealership in St. Louis was targeted, I guess, for solutions that we offer. And after I won that business, I was just intrigued. I was intrigued that there were so many little businesses under one roof. And even though it was slightly intimidating, it was like a challenge for me to see if I could actually accomplish this win. And I guess from there, I just kept going.
So my story, actually, I didn't pursue a career in automotive. I pursued a career in sports. I have a master's degree in sports management. And I worked for about 10 or 15 years in sports. And I was in Boston. It was cold. It was March. It was dim. And I wanted to leave. So I got a job actually on the dealer side, a marketing software platform on the dealer side. I actually think you were one of our clients at one point in Charlotte. And I just am fascinated by the business of automotive, just like I was fascinated by the business of sports. I think that it's just really interesting, and having worked on both the dealer side and now the supplier side, it's just absolutely fascinating, and I love tracking it, and I'm very glad I ended up here.
Eve, can I direct the next question to you if it's okay? How can our industry attract more women? I know it's a very big overarching question, but if you would.
Well, thank you for that question because I get asked that a lot. And recently, I was the chairwoman for the General Motors Women Dealer Advisory Council, and we were very engaged with how we create more opportunity for women in our industry. And I feel like our dealerships in themselves have been pretty successful in doing this. I think the one big thing that women really look for is a level playing field and a fair opportunity. So this is one industry where really we can create that very easily. And yeah, so really they want a sense that there's a level playing field. And as far as our customers go, I think that first of all, when people see people like themselves working in a business, they automatically perceive that that business is more ethical. So if I want to increase my customer base of women, then it makes sense for me to make sure that I employ women in very visible positions. So that in itself becomes attraction as well. So some of my best employees started as customers.
Cameron, same question. How can the industry attract more women across, retail and beyond?
Sure. So I think one of the big things is to have a plan. We find that our dealers like Eve, who make it a plan and actually have a process to say, we want to hire more women. I think it's simple, but it may not be easy. You actually have to make it a fact that if you're hiring, let's say, 4 people and you want 50% of them to be women, you have to make that plan to attract and hire more women. And so I feel like the businesses and the dealerships that actually make it a plan to hire more women do, and they're successful in it.
Maureen, to pivot a little bit, so attracting talent and attracting women in the automotive industry is incredibly important, but there's still a lot of challenges. Could you speak to some of the challenges that women face in the industry today?
I don't know. I look at the industry and I think wherever we can make it that it's authentic, right? Women need to be authentically themselves. They need to see a playing field that is fair. They also need to see other women. They need to see that a collaboration of diversity of thought is really critical. But there is really, I kind of go back to a year ago when I was here with the Northwood students. And one of the things that I learned from them was we need to really help parents and communities to see how critically valuable a career in automotive is. And by doing that and having a plan, by being sure that you can see other women in the industry, and for us to do like we're doing today, which is come out and talk. I've been 38 years in this amazing industry that I love. And, I was unique because I didn't pursue it. I actually got a recommendation from the marketing chair at Western Michigan University, and I interviewed with Ford Motor Company for practice. But I was so blown away by the industry and the dealers that I met, I thought, this is exactly where I need to be. And so I think that the challenges also, though, too, is that, women are still moms. I have triplets that just graduated from college. And so if you think about being an executive in automotive and having triplets, it's a dynamic experience. And so how do we also bring that into our retail dealerships, into our companies to understand? But I love it because it's a common ground between men and women in this industry, is that many of us are parents, and you find that common ground, which then opens the conversation.
Megan, same question as well. Thinking about, women in the industry, what challenges and opportunities are there?
Yeah, thanks for that question and the use of the word opportunity. I think that's the biggest part. The comment that was there, that see the opportunity and see those people, those women in those positions. I think that's just the most incredible thing. The automotive industry is huge and dynamic. You know, I said I've worked on both sides there's many sides. I've worked on two of the sides. And it's just really the beginning. It's large, it's interesting. And, you know, to attract women to this like highly technical, high paying, high opportunity career path is, you know, that can be a pretty easy sell if we're able to sell it to the right women. And I think it's great that your customers become your employees. That's a great pathway. So we always need to be supporting and looking out for the best and brightest talent to take advantage of those opportunities.
Julie, I'd like to ask you about customer service and female consumers. You've done a remarkable job with Dealer Pay as the founder and president. You've built up that business over 20 plus years. You are known as the sales lady extraordinaire. I know that's not just a nickname. I know you've earned that. I've watched that. And a lot of your employees, as your company has grown, are women, I've noticed, okay? And I don't think that's by accident. Talk to us about customer service and female consumers.
Yeah, so like you said, I started my business and it was initially all women at one point. It's kind of comical because my first male hire calls himself the OG male diversity hire. But no, I mean, you know, I found that, you know, having these strong women and supporting this business, which isn't an easy business in the payments industry, highly competitive, is their thoughts, their ability to multitask, their ability to sort of relate with dealers on a level where, you know, no different from men, but they just seem to really have a passion for their jobs and they support the company very well. I'm super proud of the staff that we've grown, and many of the ladies are now in executive positions with Dealer Pay. Even one of them I happened to steal out of a dealership to bring over. So, you know, it's a very interesting dynamic, as you had mentioned as well, being able to relate to dealers on all levels in each of the departments.
Can I ask that same question, Camron, over to you? Customer service and female consumers.
So one of the things that we focused on with our educational offerings is diving deeper into the dealership. I'm sure some of you are familiar with the NADA Academy, which for the longest time has focused on kind of that top level in the dealership. But we have expanded our education to bring it all the way to the frontline employees like service advisors. And I think by focusing on that helps the individuals feel more comfortable in their role, which helps them feel more comfortable with consumers, helps them deal better with consumers, and helps them create those relationships that make consumers lifelong customers for a dealership. And so that's one of the things that we're excited about, is also seeing the number of women that are coming through our classes much earlier in their careers, and helps them recognize that they can have a lifelong career in automotive, which is really exciting.
Maureen, I want to come back to something that you just said, because, you know, hearing triplets in college for a second, I want to go back to that because there's a lot of significant moments. All the women that are up here on this stage today had a moment in their career that really defined them and brought the next steps into what shaped who they are today. So can you share a defining moment that you feel significantly impacted your career?
So many. You know, something that just came right to my mind, I had a really unique opportunity that one of my biggest mentors in my career was Jim O'Connor, who I am still very close with. He retired as a group vice president of Ford, but I met him very, very early in my career. And Jim told me from day one that you have to authentically embrace who you are and the gifts that you bring to the table. And really, how do you apply that in a male-dominated industry? And I had a unique opportunity to go to Hawaii and be responsible, which I know everybody's going, wow, you were the zone manager for Hawaii. You're on an island in the middle of the ocean. The two people before me had left the company because they didn't feel embraced. And so when I got there, I could feel that the dealers needed a very different approach. So I asked politely for Ford to go away for 3 weeks. And I said, let me be me. And so I went to every single dealership. I got to know them individually. I got to understand that, you know, a dealer on Maui is different than a dealer on Kauai, which is different than Oahu. And because I was able to have the ability to really embrace it, my relationships there are still to today. I've been involved with them for over 30 years with the Hawaii Auto Dealer Association. As a matter of fact, that's happening right now. And they sent me an email, a text last night saying, we're missing you. And so those relationships are ones that you build and are there forever. And if you're blessed to be in the business as long as most of us are here on this panel, that's really very exciting and something that you can pivot. That was brought up by our prior chairmans, is really a gift to be able to do that. And that was one of my biggest defining moments.
Eve, I'd like to ask you the same question because from the dealer side, there's a lot of us, a lot of dealership employees, a lot of dealers in the audience today. But how was there a moment that defined your career, and what would you say it was?
I think I've had a lot of defining moments. Certainly a defining moment was making the decision to come to Northwood at that time, Institute. And, you know, I was thinking about women in automotive back then. When I came here, there was one female in the class ahead of mine, and I was one of two, right? So it's interesting because Northwood, I think, defined my career by teaching me that I had a voice. I've never felt like I didn't belong in a room, even if it was a room full of men. And I've never been afraid to speak up. And I got that from my experience here. And that probably has done more to define my career and contribute to my success than anything else.
Lots of great discussion happening, Ted, and so many inspiring stories.
For sure. Absolutely. Megan, if I can come to you, what advice would you give to your younger self entering this industry as a woman in automotive?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And it's similar to the comments that were just made. And this is kind of my standard advice for young professionals is to be yourself. I really struggled with that. You know, my natural self is I'm a little shy. I kind of just do my work and it's hard to really, be noticed when you're young and you're quiet. And, certainly my confidence grew over time, which was, that was helpful. But, I watched other people who I considered to be successful and I thought, oh, if I'm only a little bit more like that, or if I'm only a little bit more like that, that was very uncomfortable for me to be a little bit more like that. That was just not who I am. And when I tried to put on that persona, it didn't work for me. So when I got into a management role, I had this really great team of very young people. They were just lovely and hardworking, and we were in a startup environment. It was just one of those things. And there was a holiday where they all had given this, signed a card and gave me a bottle of wine or something like that. And they did it in front of everybody. And they said something along the lines of, thanks for being you. And I was like, oh, wow. I feel like I finally figured it out. We all have our own intrinsic value to offer, women, men, shy, not shy, old, young. And that diversity of thought is what makes the companies that we work for and the teams we work on more successful. So, in trying to be somebody else, I was doing not only myself a disservice, but the organizations I was working for. So that's what I would tell myself and tell anybody who would be willing to listen, to be yourself and trust in the gifts that you're bringing.
Julie, can I ask you, if you don't mind, the same question? What advice would you give to your younger self about entering this industry?
Don't second guess your ideas. Don't think that just because maybe it's new or different or not how it's being done today, that it's not impactful. Many times I remember, working with dealers thinking to myself, well, I bet if I could do this, it would help them. But I was concerned or worried that I wouldn't have an audience to listen to me. So, I would say do that. And if you don't win the first time, do it again. But when you come back, make sure you're more savvy, you're more strategic, and that you've got a true foundation for your idea, because it can be impactful. It can help change and mold this ever-changing industry that we're in. So yeah, I say just, make sure your voice is heard, like some of these ladies have said, and believe in yourself.
Let me come back to that as a follow-up, Julie. I know dealer pay today is an extraordinary success. I would imagine there were times when it didn't feel that way. How did you develop the resilience to continue on and to get you where you are today?
So I was fired once in my career, just once. And, it taught me that, maybe that was a door closing in my face that would open more. So fired, raising a family similar to Maureen, how am I going to still pursue this initiative or this idea that I had? And it's just that you just do it. You just do it.
Maureen, same question. What advice would you give to your younger self entering the industry?
That it was the best decision I ever made, and it's about taking a leap of faith. We have the privilege of talking a lot. I was a part of helping to start the robotics program in our middle school because I felt that you've got to get to kids younger and to understand. But what I loved about robotics is it was made up of teams of designer and people who built the robot, people who drove the robot, right? People who marketed the robot. And I would make the analogy to automotive and make the analogy to it takes a whole team to make a business, and that you can find your place. This industry has endless opportunities. You can find your place, but also it's the real world. I had a team that came to me and said, I don't really want to have so-and-so on my team. And I thought, okay, and then the advisor from the school had already talked to this group of very powerful women, by the way, and I said to them, you all three are amazing, and you're going to find a top job with a top company. Let me share with you what will not happen. You're going to go to that company because they're awesome, but what they're not going to do is say, hey, do you want to work with Eve and Julie and Sarah? They're going to say, here's your opportunity, run with it. And so I think that that's what you have to embrace.
We've had a fun question, Ted, that we've been asking on a lot of the panels today at the CAMS Industry Summit. And I want to start with Camron with this question. Finish the sentence. The future of automotive is. And what advice would you also give to our students listening today?
So I'll start with the advice. Something I wish I had learned earlier in my career is if you don't ask the question, the answer is always no. So if you want something, ask for it. If you're told no, keep asking until you get the yes that you want. The future of automotive, to me, it always has been and it always will be entrepreneurial. Working in this industry teaches you that there is always a path forward and there's always something new on the horizon.
I think for me, I would say that the future of automotive has endless opportunities and there's a place for everyone in the industry. From an advice perspective, I would always give students, or really anyone, is that the only thing constant in business or in life is change. Those who embrace it will succeed. I know Brian Benstock will talk about that, I'm sure, today, and that is advice that I have always lived by and always share with young people.
So I'm going to start with the advice too. So the advice I have that worked for me is if there was something I saw in somebody that I wanted to know more about or I wanted to be like, I did everything I could to pursue a relationship with them, to have a friendship and to learn from them. And then what I would say to the future of automotive is driven by women.
I second that.
I'll third that.
So the advice, of course, I just gave it, which is to be yourself. Another thing I live by is you make the best decision you can with the information you have at the time. That's gotten me out of a lot of sticky situations when I feel like I should have done something differently. And the future, I was actually talking to my colleague Brooke earlier about this because it's such an exciting future. But we were talking about people, and it's kind of in twofold. First, attracting and retaining the best and brightest, whatever they look like, whoever they are. We have a lot of complex problems to solve: regulatory issues, legislative issues, electrification, workforce, all of those things, and we need the best and brightest to do that. So I'll say the future is people.
The future of automotive is ever-changing. It's dynamic. It's diverse. But you've got to embrace the change. My advice is don't stop hustling. We're in an industry that hustles. You got to hustle alongside. Be the first to show up. If you don't succeed, be the first to come right back. You know, many dealers, as I struggled through many years of sales, have said, you know, Julie, you're just out there hustling. And believe it or not, people respect that. So don't stop the hustle.
Sarah, if I can ask you the same questions. You've worked many years in retail, both at the Hendrick Automotive Group and Scott Clark Automotive Group. So finish the sentence, please. The future of automotive is, and what advice would you give to the female students?
The future of automotive is inspiring. I'll say that it's an honor today to be here at Northwood University. And Ted, it's been an honor to be with the Fixed Ops Roundtable. There's been so much of this that has impacted my career, and I would be remiss without mentioning that. The times that I was with Hendrick and the times that I was with Scott Clark, every opportunity was just every single thing I could every single thing that I learned in those roles, I had somebody that helped pave that way. And so, you know, as our students, the advice listening up here today, I would say that just keep being inspired, keep looking for new opportunities, keep looking for new challenges and how you can solve them in your specific ways. And as everybody has said, there's a lot of incredible things happening in our industry, a lot of incredible women, and a lot of incredible people, Ted.
Everyone, please give it up for our panel, Women in Automotive. We're here at Northwood University. Sarah Van Tine will be right back.
People that might be thinking about joining this program, I'd say it's anybody that's trying to make themselves better in their workplace or trying to get their workplace to be better for their people. When I interviewed during the advising session, I asked, is this a place where I can bring this project that I really have in mind and actually further that? And the reception to that was, yes, you can. So that's really what caused me to join.
This program taught me that more growth is always possible because I was challenged. I was pushed to limits that I didn't think I could come back from, but I did. It made me realize that I could really do anything that I put my mind to. It gave me great confidence.
Day one, you're going to notice a lot of activity here at the DeVos Graduate School. It starts out with poster sessions, there's breakout sessions that we have by topic, but really what separates our program from other institutions, it's our students. We have graduates from this doctoral program that come back and they give to the other students who are currently going through this process.
Every person you touch and every friendship you make along the way will go a long way in helping you to get ahead in your career and to open up new opportunities. As the CEO of future companies, remember that honoring someone's opinion, even while choosing a different path, is really critical.
Stop what you're doing because we're breaking news right out of the gate. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is coming to NADA in Las Vegas, and we're opening a very limited number of media and spotlight opportunities. If you want in, stay right here. Now let's crank it up. January 26th through the 29th, the Fixed Ops Roundtable unleashes our next virtual event, Rock Revolution. 4 electric days, non-stop momentum, and the biggest names in fixed ops take the stage to drop the strategies, breakthroughs, and profit-driving plays that will dominate 2026. This isn't a podcast. This isn't a Zoom. This is a full throttle, amped up experience for service, parts, leadership, and every dealership ready to own the year. So plug in, turn the volume to max, and get your team locked in for Rock Revolution January 26th through the 29th. And remember, Vegas is calling. Reach out now for exclusive NADA media opportunities.
Get ready to burn rubber. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Fastlane event.
Talk about a photo finish. Please welcome Joe Shaker of TruVideo up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. TruVideo is revolutionizing dealership communication by combining video, texting, and AI into one power platform. And Ted, we have an exciting conversation today.
Sarah, we're so honored to welcome Joe Shaker, who's here with us today from TruVideo. Joe, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Okay, happy to be here.
Joe, you are making incredible strides for retailers all over the nation. We hear everybody from techs to leaders talking about these video MPI inspections. I know TruVideo is a lot more than just that, but bring us up to speed. I know you're also a retail dealer as well, and congratulations on the success you're having.
Well, it's I always get afraid when people congratulate me on success. Life is a journey here, and you have to just keep grinding and keep solving problems. And I think that's how I got involved in TruVideo at the beginning anyway. You know, I would talk to my best customers and they loved the dealership, bought a bunch of cars and had a service advisor. They knew him by name. I was like, wow, this is going great. And then I asked that final question, did you ever have any doubts? And every one of these great customers was like, well, you're always going to have doubts, right? And I was like, man, I really don't know any great relationship where there's doubt. So that's where the whole TruVideo thing started, and tested it for a couple of years, as we've discussed before. Ted, you kind of know the history, and then, you know, it really took off, and it's a requirement at some OEMs. It's part of their, you know, bonus monies, and it's taken brands like Mazda into the top of service satisfaction. Mazda was 11. They went to 3 in 1 year, 8 steps, never been over the halfway mark. And then they went from 3 to 2, and they're always in the upper echelon, scoring incredibly high. And what I say about that is they didn't change the way they do business, really. They just changed the way they communicate. And that's really a big deal. And so there's so many facets to this thing that I've been very fortunate, and being a dealer and, you know, having a dealer group and being able to learn, and we're in multiple 20 groups, and the learnings we get from deploying stuff into some of these elite dealers really has helped us go fast really quick and improve and partner with the largest software businesses that are all partners of yours as well. You know, we power Reynolds, Service Snap, we power CDK Service View, and we're deploying out it with Cox and X Time. So they're just wonderful companies, and we're spending a lot of time really just focused on communication and video and messaging and all these different things that we think are going to make it great for connecting great businesses with their best customers.
Joe, I want to take a step back for a second, because the biggest thing that TruVideo is really bringing to the marketplace that customers have been demanding for a long time, but now it's front and center in their experience. But transparency is so critical across every customer touch point. I'd love to get your perspective. You know, how have you seen this evolution from service techs, you know, recording these multi-point inspection videos, you know, into that customer life cycle and that relationship with retention?
Well, I'll give you a couple of things. My joke that whenever I'm speaking, I always say, as a dealer, I went to so many marketing meetings, and the CMOs would get up and talk about transparency and trust. And I would be like, are you kidding me? Who doesn't know that? Tell me how to execute it. Tell me how to do it. You're just using words. I mean, those words have been used so flippantly over the years that I almost don't even take the word seriously anymore. So for us, theory without execution is hallucination, and we don't like to hallucinate. So I think with video, we were able to execute on transparency, and really at the core of everything any business does, trust is the real secret. It's the center of the universe, and transparency and communication is how you get to that center of the universe, like 90% of the time. So I realized early we needed to focus on that. And I also realized that all the software businesses that I use spend 98% of their development time on workflow, making sure that we have our stuff together. Like we're writing the RO, it's going to accounting, we're showing ASI, like it's really doing great stuff. But the last 2% they would spend on communication. And, I think I might have told you guys this before, but 98% of customer experience is how well or how poorly you communicate, or probably 90% of revenue. And we're spending 2% of our development from my customers I use on the communication piece. So the joke that I tell the dealers all the time is I tell them I'm a slow learner, and I realize I never had a customer ever run up to me and say, "Hey, Mr. Shaker, I had a great experience at your dealership. What great workflows that you have." So it's that's been the key learning there. And that's why the partnerships have worked out great, because we're not only focusing on video and messaging and all the things that are happening in those areas and AI, but we're also focusing on, they're able to really focus on getting their workflows really dialed in. So together we can provide the best experience for the dealer, and we can provide the best experience for the end customer, which is the most important thing.
Joe, we talked a little bit in the green room with Sarah before we got started, and we've heard for some dealers who are now starting to get really good with these inspections. They're talking about things that I know you are working on, such as noise in the background, noise cancellation, if you will, analyzing the sentiment. Speak to us maybe a little bit about that, because I think that's all part of that TruVideo story that you bring to the table.
Well, it's kind of like I was playing poker, and every time the river comes out, a card flips over, and you're like, "Oh my God, you learned something else." So I'll give you the noise cancellation piece first.
Okay.
So we start getting feedback in the text messages as to what people are saying and what's going on, and you start seeing on the manufacturer surveys, especially with the leaders, "Hey, I couldn't hear this, I couldn't hear that." So we had tried standard noise cancellation for years, and it really never worked. And when you look at a phone, the reason why people use us is because it's not just video technology. People forget in the video there's narrative, right? They're like, the video you could see, but listen, you're listening to someone talk to you, and that narrative is incredibly valuable. No one wants to read a paragraph. They want to hear it. So what we did was we decided that, a phone has multiple people don't know this, but a phone has multiple microphones on it, and it does what's called beam forming in order to. So I'm showing you the car, but my voice is coming from the other side. Whereas when I'm FaceTiming with my daughters, who tend to, always call me on FaceTime for some reason, I'm looking at the front of the phone and then talk to them. So we were able to understand not just the video technology in the mobile device, but the beam forming on the microphones, which really gave us really good quality. And then we used AI to train to the voice and then delete the sounds around it. So you will see videos where we have someone banging on a rotor right next door, and then someone doing a thing, and then we show it after it's been through noise cancellation, and it is obscene how unbelievable it works. It's literally deleting the sounds around the voice that it just trained to. So there's no background noise. You can't even hear the person banging the rotor. So that's one thing that was been incredible. We spent a lot of time on that. In addition to that, second thing you asked about was sentiment. So let me give you my opinion on sentiment. Today we use surveys. When I get it graded on my customers, the OEM goes out and does surveys, despite the fact that they have 4 inherent flaws. They're 4 days too late. The customer already told everybody I stink at work. And they wrote a bad review. Only 10% get filled in. They're highly, highly manipulated. What score do you want? We'll get it for you. You know, you talk to people at businesses and they go, if I don't get a 10, my kids aren't going to go to Disney. And then there's a survey bias. So there's those 4 huge flaws, right? But we spend billions of dollars reacting to what people say or how they fill those surveys out. Well, what if I could tell you how the customer feels like right now? Like, what if you sent me a text and it said, Joe, I'm incredibly disappointed with what happened today. I can't begin to tell you how upset I am. I could get that text and I could immediately identify that that's very negative, and I could text the manager right at his cell phone so he can get on it immediately and address it. So what is that like in the real world? I always like to take people to the real world. That's just as if I was standing at the service counter and I saw your tone of voice was a little high or your body language was off. I would run right up to you and I would say, hey, Ted, listen, you're a great customer. We're a great business. What do we got? Let's take care of this right now. And then you would be like, you know what? Generally, those are the people that end up being your most loyal customers because you sort of proved yourself that your intentions are always good. But we don't have as many. There's no scale to that because I can't sit at the desk and stare at people's reactions, right? But when you're able to do that with thousands of texts a month, you know, and I believe it's not just the negative. You should track the very positive. And then that should get sent to all your employees because positive reinforcement is an incredible way to drive behavior and applaud people for doing things well. And in car dealerships today, and all my friends that are dealers out there listening are going to get this. It's like, if we have one problem, it seems like it gets like a 50x magnifier on it. And we talk about that crazy customer for like months. But when we do great things every day, we never 50x it. It's like, why don't we talk about things that have gone well? So those are the things as a dealer that I've seen, knowing the employees that we have and technicians and how fickle they could be. These are the ways we use sentiment today in real time to drive behaviors and to solve problems before customers write a review. Before we want to solve problems immediately, we just never had a mechanism for it. So that's how I would talk about how sentiment can change the way we do business.
Joe, I also want to touch on, because Ted and I have heard this, you know, throughout the industry as well. And the dealerships that are embracing video as part of their multi-point inspection, they're seeing a lot of success, as you mentioned, you know, with that customer engagement and those different customer touch points and, you know, continuing to build those relationships and have that retention. But we also are seeing that sometimes technicians are slow to adopt this process, and not every dealership may have the same urgency as it pertains to how they're teaching this or going through the process. So what are you seeing as some great strategies that really help, you know, the technician embrace doing all the right things on every repair order every time?
Excellent question. Right now, really, we did 24 million media files last month.
Last month?
Yes.
Wow.
So, and I think that was like, it might've been 5 or 6 million individual customer experiences. It's not like somebody clicked on a website 100 times, that type of data, you know? So in that engagement data, you just mentioned something, Sarah, that's very important. That's something that we figured out early and we introduced to the market and the OEMs, because the OEM programs have data sharing, and the data sets they collect were built around what we told them. So we saw that, and this is important. This is one of the things we tell the technicians. We saw that 34% of the videos were being shared. And you know what I realized as a dealer that day? Now, this is when we started following the data. Now, previous to that, I'm a dealer and all I would be website, time on site, bounce rate, all these different things for an IP address. Now I was getting engagement data on people I knew, people that were doing business in and around the transaction, not upper funnel. And I was like, oh my God, well, the first one we got was sharing. And I realized when 34% of the videos were shared, that I wasn't actually talking to the decision maker 34% of the time, or I wasn't talking the co-decision maker. So here we are telling our advisors to sell, and it's not the buyer they're talking to. So that was pretty crazy. And this is what we tell the techs, because you said, how do you motivate techs to do it? We just tell them stories about how the advisors can actually mess up the situation, right? So we saw that technicians were making 5 recommendations and they were being watered down by the advisor to 3 before they even talk to the customer. And we were like, whoa. Now, you always see technicians today, they go up to the desk and they'll see one of the advisors they don't like, and they'll turn around immediately. And they'll be like, oh, I forgot, I got to go grab something. And then when that advisor gets on the phone, they'll walk up to the one that they think sells better, right? So when we tell technicians this story, it's like a phone game. So 5 goes to 3. Why did you water those down? 2 reasons. One, I was thinking with my wallet, not the customers. And number 2, which is the one that I kind of knew, but I should have known, they thought the tech was overselling, right? So we were trying to solve trust with video with customers.
Yeah.
And here there was a trust internally in the dealership problem that we started to solve. Either way, the 5 would go to 3. They'd verbally call the customer, say something to the customer, or even tell them in the waiting lounge. The customer would not remember half the things that you said because it's too complicated. They'd call a significant other, confidant, brother, sister, father, mother, whatever. And they would go, it's the tow rod and the TZB boot and it would be like, it might as well have been Swahili, right? So realistically, when we saw what happened with the video was being shared. Everyone saw the same transparent message from the doctor, not the receptionist.
Right.
100% of the time. And dealers were telling me, I think that you fixing the communication chain is the reason our sales went up. And it's really not even, the video's a portion of it, but not the biggest part. And I was like, whoa, that's something I didn't know when we started. But that's one of the things we tell technicians. The second thing that we tell technicians is that, customers want to have the old experience of My Mechanic, and they want to have a relationship and understand. Customers don't like healthcare where they have to talk to this in-between person and they don't even get to the doctor. We talk about the gains that they'll make. And then management has to decide, do I have the ability and the control over my teams to manage this process as a requirement? Some managers don't have that control over the technicians, and they'll force the initial behaviors with a short-term bonus program where they bonus the employees. We had one dealer in Orlando, Florida, was about $90 a repair order in labor like 4 years ago. And it's a Japanese import brand that does a lot of customer pay, right? So you generally see differences. It's not like it's Volkswagen. You don't have the same customer pay as you have as a Toyota store. Well, this manager told everybody, I'm paying you $5 a video. And his labor went from 90 to 165 in under 2 months. And he had 90% video taking. Mm-hmm. So you can incentivize it. And I don't know if he took it off or if he kept it on, but what a return on investment that was. And it's just more money the techs are making, which may be helping with his tech retention, where he's not just paying flat rate or hourly. Sure. He's paying them an incentive where he's actually getting something back immediately for it. So after they see everybody walking back with more stuff from the parts department, it becomes a behavior and you're off to the races. And right now, if you're getting on now, can you imagine me 8 years ago trying to explain to people video, So right now it's table stakes. It's, if you're not doing it, you're not really competing in the car business. And I'm going to make this one last comment.
Okay.
I was very lucky. Video has turned into not a customer behavior, but a human behavior.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Last month, 916 billion videos were viewed in the United States on YouTube alone. People speak video. And this is where you go into the marketing punchlines again, meet customers where they are. Let me call them on the phone. Who wants to take a phone call? Right? Asynchronous is where it's at. Video is the best way to communicate. If you're not speaking video, then you're not meeting customers where they are. That'd be like only speaking German in a Boston car dealership. Like it doesn't make sense. So forget about all the stuff I'm talking about with service and video and all this stuff. It has become a language of customers. Yes. And if you're not doing it, you're not speaking their language, frankly.
Joe, I just had a group of fixed ops directors, really good ones from around the country, who've been doing the video MPIs for some time. And they talked about, one of the things they talked about was the watch rate, the percentage of customers that they track that every day they're looking at, what's the number? Was it 90%? One said, wait a second, our share rate, we're at 120% because in one of our dealerships, our videos are being shared by customers with their friends and family. Look at the video. Look what my tech did. And I mean, what conversations have come out of this? Just like you said, the video is a fabric of our lives today.
Oh, forget it. I mean, if I keep reading stats to you on it, I gave you just the YouTube. I mean, can you imagine adding TikTok and in reels and all sorts of other stuff in there? It's 7 point something hours or some crazy amount of time that when you're looking at a screen or looking at your screen, it's a way of life. And, and everybody's talking about picking up the phones and doing all these different things. And they're just not paying attention to customer behavior. And I'm saying, look, I'm paying attention to it because I'm involved in tech and I'm a dealer, but it's crept up on us to be the way in which customers want to communicate. Yeah. So even if you thought transparency and trust was bull or whatever, you need to communicate to customers in the way in which they're bringing in information in their brains. And it's definitely video right now.
Joe, we meet with techs all the time, and it seems the TruVideo product, that's the one they like. That's the one they ask for the most. They like that TruVideo product, ease of use. We're hearing that all the time, hands down. TruVideo is the one.
Well, we appreciate it. I don't like to sit here and go, oh yeah, we're so great. I think we're in touch with the market, with the dealers, and you got to remember that's all we focus on. So your other partners that use us as well, they're using us because they're like, look, this is all they focus on. And, we walk into OEMs and the OEMs are going to us going, thanks guys. Thanks for all the info. We're giving them all the newest stuff. We're showing them all the new tech that's going to come out in the next years for technicians and for sales and CRMs. And we're showing them all the partnerships we're making with other massive technology companies.
Yes.
And that I'll share with you another time or whatever. But we're saying, and all of our partners have access to this as well. And so we're allowing dealers to stay within that one screen that they want to stay in through our partners. And then a lot of dealers use us that don't buy these full SLTs and don't go for the full solutions. They're using TruVideo. So it's like, we're very lucky that this is all we focus on, right? It's not fair for us to say, we're great because we're great. We're not. We're great because we're focusing just on dealers and transportation and trucking. We're big in trucking, and we're with CarMac. CarMac is our partner in trucking.
Oh, I didn't know.
They're a big DMS. CDK is big in trucking. We're partnered with CDK, so that so we're in all these different markets, and everybody has the same communication issues. So thank you for the kind words, and we know that we stay close. We do believe that, but we believe it's. As I always tell people, I want to die a car dealer. In order for me to die a car dealer, we need to make sure we fix the business. And that's just not at TruVideo locations. It has to be everywhere.
Joe, dealers now are making their plans for 2026. We're squarely in the fourth quarter. They're looking out over the new year. I know video is going to be a big part of that. If it's not already, this has become so mainstream now. If dealers want to reach out and maybe have questions, as you mentioned, a lot of the products from a lot of the partners now are the TruVideo product. But if they want to reach out with, maybe more questions, how this applies to their particular needs, what do you recommend? What's the best way to ask questions about that TruVideo product and get more information on that?
Well, just my email. I think you have it there, right?
Yep.
So, I love talking to other dealers. And I love helping out. So if they reach out to me, I can answer it myself or point them in the right direction. I think if I was planning for the new year, this is a time that we do our operating budgets in October and February, and business has been choppy in the last couple months. And I've been to a couple 20 groups, and dealers are a little nervous. I just noticed on one of the reports, the Hague report came out on dealers' attitudes towards is next year going to be less profitable. And I think it was like 58% said it's going to be. So the reality is my team's budget, my service directors will come in, and then they're going to say, we're going to do this much extra in service. And I'm going to say, well, how are you going to do that without, you can't lick your finger and see which way the wind's blowing. So, generally, it starts with the video. If you haven't been doing it, congratulations, because now you're going to do it. And when you do it, you're going to get $50, $60 in labor per repair order times your 1,000 repair orders a month. And then there's your plan. And that doesn't count parts. If you are doing it, the next step is going to be quality. We've built out video quality score using machine learning. We're with many of the largest dealer groups in the country doing it. And so there's another $59 to $60 based on our analysis when you follow the correct cadence and you do a quality video. So that's the next step. If you're the dealer who's starting, you got to get started and you got to do 70-80% of your customer facing repair orders. That's warranty and customer pay. And if you're a dealer that's rocking and rolling, you've got to get your vehicle quality and process down. And when you do that, that's going to give you your second lift. So those are the adjustments I'd be making for my parts and service departments, so that you can count on that rhythm, because service is the tortoise. Service and parts is the tortoise, and sales is the hare in the old story. That's why people buy dealerships. I buy dealerships knowing what I can do in sales, but the thing I'm actually buying is the fixed ops gross and the fixed ops sales. That's what you're buying when you buy a dealership. That's why you're paying Blue Sky, because starting fixed ops with zero, that's called an open point, and you end up losing enough money to wish you actually bought the point in the first place in most cases. So yeah, that's my advice for the next year. For people that are doing well, go to quality. For people that are not started, you have to get started. It's easy money, and it's their ROI on it's like 30, 40x. It's like, if you're not doing it, you really have to think through your model.
Joe, Sarah, and I look forward to having you back, learning more about these best practices, all the things you're doing there with retailers. You're a retailer yourself. So on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable community, I also want to wish you and your family and the TruVideo family a very happy Thanksgiving at the end of next week.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me, and happy Thanksgiving.
Joe Shaker, everybody. TruVideo, you can visit them on the web. You see Joe's email even scrolling at the bottom of the screen, TruVideo.com. Joe Shaker here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
98% of customer experience is how well or how poorly you communicate. Well, how come my software partners spend 98% of their development on workflows? What if they spent 100% of their time on workflows and we spent 100% of our time on communication? Then we'd be able to truly create transformative experiences for customers, and that's what TruVideo does.
Check out the top 3 racers at the Niello Company: Dennis Gingrich, Larry Sherman, and Tully Williams.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have the very best of the Niello Company. Dennis Gingrich is with us, along with his counterpart, Tully Williams. These are the leaders at the Niello Company, not to mention Larry Sherman. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
It's great to be here, Ted. Thanks for having us.
Great to have you. Dennis, we've missed you. I haven't seen you in a while. Kind of bring us up to speed. Niello is all over social media. Dennis, I see you everywhere. And now, of course, I see Tully and Larry. But tell us some of the things that you may be working on, and then we'll get into a conversation on fixed and variable.
Well, oddly enough, Ted, as you know, it all connects together. But lately, at least last year and this year, we've been incredibly focused on our used car business. And that's where we're seeing a lot of our growth around the Niello Company, which is great, provides a lot of opportunity for our sales professionals, finance managers, our used car managers. And we're becoming, again, Tully's even bigger customer, putting all those nice cars through the shop. So those techs. So it's been good. And this year is going to be better than last year, and excited to be on the ride. But that's what we're talking about. And moving forward, we're just looking at ways to do more of the same more efficiently. So that's what we're out doing.
And Tully, it does seem to be a focus on finding efficiencies, especially throughout the dealership. Talk to us a little bit about that and some of the things that you are working on with Dennis and with Larry.
Well, let's just piggyback on the used car thing. I think that's super important for fixed and for variable, is used cars feed both departments, right? Making sure we have our techs fed, as you know, and drive revenue in the fixed op side. And then, of course, we have great used cars, and we can drive repeat and referral business on the variable side. But I think that when you look at what's going to happen is when we buy cars, are we buying cars correctly? Are we buying cars in the service drive? Do we have opportunities for our service advisors to buy cars? Do we have agents in the service drive talking to our great customers that might want to trade up and get a great value? Then the next piece of the puzzle is the speed of which that when we get our used cars, how fast can we get them through the shop and back out on the drive to sell? And we monitor that, and we pay all of our internal advisors off that number. We track that and talk about it on a daily, weekly basis, making sure that we get those in there. And our goal is 3 days. And we have some stores sometimes get down to 2 days. That's in and out and authorization. So our goal is speed to the front, and that's going to help drive. Our goal is that we don't want to keep a car more than 30 days. Honestly, I'd be happy with 2 weeks. But the goal is going to be is making sure we have quality cars and we have great cars, because with those quality cars, what happens? We can then sell great F&I products that drives them back in the service drive. And that's what I call our repeat and referral business.
And Dennis, the gross on those cars, it's been proven. I think, what is it? The first 10 days or first 15 days is the maximum opportunity. Then it starts to fade, if you want to speak to that as well.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. And what Tully's talking about is getting these things to the front line. I was at a conference just not too long ago, and I was listening to another guy that oversees a big platform out there, in Ohio. And one of the comments he made is just merchandising in general, which I think the marriage of merchandising and reconditioning, and I'm probably specifically talking about pictures, is key, because we in sales, we need to get that out on the World Wide Web as quickly as possible. And quite frankly, in my opinion, it needs to be out there, priced and ready for sale before Tully's team is done with it, to get that 15, 30-day sweet spot, because time is not on our side to maximize the front end gross profit. It's not on our side from a flooring expense standpoint. So, working with Tully and his teams at the stores to figure out the most efficient way to get ready on the World Wide Web is how we're all going to win.
Tully, you're also doing some things, some innovative things with parts, and maybe give us some insight on there. I've heard that parts help sell hours.
Oh, correct answer, as Larry will say. But Larry was the one that spearheaded that for us. Is that when we talk about the speed, and this is for used cars and domestic cars, sure, all of our customers' cars, is having the parts department in the store, in the shop physically. And most of our stores have roving carts or desks. Our goal is to board up the back counter and make sure that our fixed ops parts teams, right, are part of the team, where they feel they're connected. They go up to the technician, they can wheel up to the car, and they can ask what they want. They can look at the screen right there on the spot. Our goal is not having that time frame go back to the back counter and then this and that. When they're there with the technician at the car, we're building this great team together, and we get the parts much, much faster. We can tell them, hey, that part's not going to come in. This is on back order. Maybe I can get an aftermarket part here. There's so many different things that you can talk about right at the vehicle. Larry, talk to us what you did at your store.
Yeah, so our store, when we moved to this beautiful new facility, 3 years ago, we wanted to really break down the silos. So we eliminated the back parts counter. Like Tully likes to say, oh yeah, let's board up the windows, right? But what better way to break down a silo than to put everybody together? So, you put your parts team in the shop. You give it complete support all the way across the board. You're on the same pay plans. So, parts sells hours, right? So how do parts get paid? By hours. We're all parts and service, everything. It's not even parts and service. It's fixed operations, and we're all paid the same. We're all focused on the hours, and it's really been very, very successful for us, even in regards to our reconditioning team. Okay, even if we need to find something that's maybe for a Lexus or a Mercedes or something else like that, we're focused right away on getting the part as quickly as possible and at the best price possible.
Larry,
let me just chime in there. I think part of it too is that the parts person can talk to the tech about that at the same time, where a lot of times the tech goes to the back counter, they throw the slip or say, hey, where's my parts? But when they're there ordering it with the technician knows, hey, that part's going to come this afternoon. This is 2 days out. That can help plan his day if he's going to continue to work on that car or push that car out. Our goal, car on the rack, is the car we want to focus on, and that really helps with that.
Tully, Larry mentioned that we're all paid the same. Tell us why that's important, especially when it comes to this speed and getting parts out to the car and to the tech.
Well, I think that when you have a fixed ops department, it's fixed ops department. There should be not a sales, there should not be a service pay sheet and then a parts pay sheet. It should be a fixed ops pay sheet. We are focused on, as you know, the hours forecast. Everybody's pay plan is tied to that. Service parts managers paid on fixed gross. Back counter people paid on hours forecast. Service advisors, hours forecast and the gross they generate, right? Shop foremans, hours forecast. Everybody that has a bonus has to be tied to the single-minded focus that we've driven. I don't care about the money. I care about selling the hours. The money is a byproduct of what we want to do. Because ultimately what Dennis and I do every day is drive, repeat, and referral business back in. And our jobs is to make a great environment. And our goal is to stay at 70+% on our retention number. And it takes a whole team to make that happen.
Dennis, when we were out there earlier this year at Niello, there was a big focus I saw. We did a lot of panels on reconditioning and how important that is to you and the Niello team, if you want to speak to that, because that certainly involves everything we're discussing here today.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely important. And one thing we've been talking about more recently internally is, right now there's an affordability crunch across the country. If you don't know about it, you got your head in the sand. And right now, expensive cars, they always move slower, but the stuff that's moving fast are those sub 30K units, those sub 20K units. And, it's on those cars. In my opinion, that's how we're going to get more people into the Niello company web to continue to drive repeat and referral business. Because on the outside looking in, we represent BMW, Porsche, these luxury brands that might seem, a little bit out of reach, but we want every car, as long as we can make a good car out of it. So when it goes over the curb, we feel good about the reputation that's going at it. Customer gets a good quality vehicle. We give them a good experience. And then, when they make it, right, and they can afford their Porsche or their Land Rover or whatever, they think Niello right out of the gate. And then the other piece of that, which this is just something that I think we need to do a better job of an industry is, like Tully and Larry are saying, there's not a parts department, there's not a service department, there's a fixed operations department, and I feel the same. There's shouldn't be a sales department and a finance department. There's a sales department. But I think the area of opportunity between fixed and variable is when we're coming together to get these inexpensive cars on the front line, making sure that we're making money in the shop and we can make a little bit on the front so everybody wins and we just get more opportunities. And we just want to do that as fast and as many times as we possibly can.
Larry, this all comes back to fixed. Average price of a new vehicle today, I saw back in October, over $50,000. And the average age, Larry, of a vehicle now, well over 12, approaching 13, maybe even if surpassing that in terms of years out there. Larry, speak to that, because a lot of opportunity now, it seems, in fixed and keeping those vehicles going.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just like managing your parts inventory, right? And Tully will say, he'll join me in on this. The only thing that you want old in the dealership is yourself, right? That's it. You don't want aged inventory, whether it's new vehicles, used vehicles, or your parts inventory. Nothing aged, right? And what's awesome about the Niello company is core value number one. We are a team, right? So when it goes to the sales department, the front end of the store, the back end of the store, everybody all works together, and every store is the same way. It truly is a family. Within the Niello company, it truly is a family. And so, you talk about the age of the vehicles. Yeah, it's important.
Tully, did I hear you say at the World Trade Center that the only old thing you want in your parts department is you? Nothing old.
Correct answer. When you think about parts inventories, they come up with all these crazy schemes about how to monitor it. Here's the deal. I just don't care. I want my fill rate to be as high as possible, and I don't want any aged inventory. And after that, it's their job to make sure it cleans up, right? So when we look at our $6 million of inventory through our cars, we only have about $70,000 over 12 months. And out of that 70, it's 2 e-bikes that the Porsche guy was told to buy. So the goal is that our inventory is crystal clean. But that's because we talk about it. We talk about our inventories because here's the good. Clean inventory means we have more parts to sell for our technicians. We have more parts to sell to make sure those used cars get out on the front line. Our goal is to have clean inventory under 6 months, so we have more inventory, what I like to call working stock, that is available for us to sell. That is the key here to a successful dealership, not a fixed and not a variable, but a dealership.
Gentlemen, it's mid-November. Your peers are making plans right now for 2026. Now's when that's happening. They're looking at different ways they're going to increase revenues, maybe reduce costs. Lightning round for all of you, let's say a minute each, starting with Dennis, then over to Larry and Tully to bring it home. For your peers watching today, what's something they should be concentrating on as we look into 2026? Things they should be planning for, working on, and things that you'd recommend to them. I'll start with Dennis.
Well, I think that's a great question. What I'm about to say, I don't think is something we should ever stop focusing on, but that's just acquiring more used vehicles, whether that's from the drive, whether that's using various lead sources, just to give everybody in the whole group more opportunity. But quite honestly, with the way technology is evolving, just not in the automotive industry as much as it should, I think we're ripe for the picking in that with AI and big data, is to really start looking in and having these conversations about how can we use data and AI to just really make our teams more efficient, give them the right information, the right data, so they're able to make quick decisions. An appraisal on a car should take 5 minutes, not 15 minutes. It should be much quicker. That way we can keep our sales leaders in front of the people they're best in front of, and that's our customer and that's our sales team. So I just think that's the way forward, and really getting a hold of all of our first party data here at the Niello company and leveraging that to grow across the entire org. So that's the focus for us here at the Niello company. And I know I don't have a better battle buddy in the world other than Tully Williams to get it done in 2026, bro. So I got bills, bro. We're going to go. We got to make it happen next year, Tully.
Larry, your perspective, 2026, things we should be focused on.
Yeah, so, every day we grind. We're 120%, just moving. But sometimes you need to take a step back and look at your foundation, right? You got to make sure that the foundation underneath you don't have cracks, you're not crumbling, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it. You have to remember to do the basics brilliantly, okay? So Tully has done an amazing job. The Niello company completely supports everybody, but Tully's done an amazing job in giving us the tools that we need to succeed. And, we've got everything in place, but we just got to make sure that, we still, you can't forget the past, you can't forget where you came from, and you just have to make sure that your foundation is always solid.
Tully, bring it home.
So I think in 2026, this is always should have been, is that are we focused on repeat and referral business as a dealership? When I mean a dealership, is that's variable and that's fixed ops. Are we focused on making sure we are growing our customer base? Growing year over year in dollars is not growing customers. Growing year over year to me is growing our retention number. And it starts with selling that quality used car or that quality new car, and then also go into F&I, buy them a extended warranty contract that the store believes in, and then service department sells all the cars after that by making sure we treat them with honest and respect, and they get to utilize everything they need. the goal is going to be is that is the focus of what we can do to be a successful dealership in 2026 and beyond. Are you striving for 70+% at your store? If you're not, that's what you need to do in 2026.
Well said. We'll leave it there. Gentlemen, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank each of you for the great contributions you've made this year to the industry. And we want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving, you and your families, at the end of next week, and the Niello family as well. So,
Back at you, Ted.
Thanks, Ted.
Thank you very much, Ted.
Dennis Gingrich, Larry Sherman, and Tully Williams from the Niello Company here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Don't leave your warranties behind in the dust. Catch up with the finest and fastest Automotive Warranty Network executives at our Northwood pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We are coming to you live from campus. We are at the 62nd Northwood University International Auto Show. I'm Vanessa Collins, joined by Ted Ings and Automotive Warranty Network.
This is a real treat, Vanessa. This panel is filled with great colleagues and friends from Automotive Warranty Network. They are both the largest and the best in the industry at helping dealers remain compliant with their warranty for parts and service. I'd like to have each of you introduce yourselves, starting here with Jason. Tell us who you are and what you do.
Sure. My name is Jason Tuck. I'm the Sales and Marketing Manager. My name is Jake Trop. I'm the Vice President of Account Management.
I'm David Reinicke, President of AWN.
Austin Craddock, Operations Manager.
Rob Davis, Auditing and Training Manager.
David, you brought the whole executive team here to Northwood University. Amazing. Tell us some of your feedback just so far, what you've seen at Northwood, and why you brought the whole executive team.
We brought the whole team to Northwood because we thought it'd be a great experience for them to see, and for myself to see what happens here at Northwood University. And we've had a really great experience. It's been really great to see the students interact with everybody here. They're really engaging. The students want to learn about what everybody here is here to visit them about, as well as us learning about what they're learning about. So it's been a really great experience.
And I think for our audience, what I'd like to do, David, is take a deep dive into what AWN, Automotive Warranty Network, does for retailers in our industry. So, Jason, if you don't mind, I'll start with you. Give us a little overview of how the process works and how it starts.
Sure, absolutely. So we're pretty much an A to Z warranty administration service for car dealerships. So typically, that model looks like in a dealership. There's a person behind the scenes that's processing those warranty claims, getting the reimbursements from the manufacturer. We're seeing a big trend right now where that's being outsourced. We service a little over 1,500 dealerships currently, so large presence in the industry. We take on that role on a remote basis. So once the vehicle has been completed from the technician standpoint, we pick that claim up, we review it for compliance, making sure that it's accurate, and everything is present in order to submit that for reimbursement. So it's not necessarily the most glamorous job in the dealership, and it's usually lost and forgotten about, but probably one of the most important pieces in the fixed ops department because it's a lot of income coming into that department.
And Jake, that income is not just a big chunk, but it's also there's a sense of urgency in filing that within a certain amount of time. And you oversee a lot of dealers. If you want to speak to some of those things and helping us remain compliant.
Yeah, absolutely. Time is crucial because all these manufacturers are starting to change their trend reports, and time to submit and open to close is imperative. So what I do within AWN is I'm in charge of continued success from once Jason kind of sells our service, my team takes over and makes sure that the dealer is successful and that we are providing the service that Jason's selling.
David, a great example of a dealer or dealer group that I know you work with is the Roman Automotive Group, where we were just with you in Chicago. And no secret, they're also alumni of Northwood University. It all kind of works together. David, how do you find your people, and how do you manage to find the best people to do this for dealerships as well?
Well, really, we're always out looking for people, and Austin could probably speak more to this than I can because he's more in that wheelhouse. But we have a lot of employees that want to come work for us because of our culture. And, can you speak a little bit more to that?
Yeah, I mean, our success is driven by our people. With over 300 warranty administrators, we have a lot of people that are telling other warranty administrators to come see us because we provide the best for our people, and our success is only as good as the people behind it. So we're very thankful for the work that they put in day out with our dealer partners to help provide the training and the information to give them a better product.
I know the word on the street is very positive, that word of mouth, okay? Tell us a little bit about the people you assign to the dealerships, because I think it's unique also. You've got people who are versed and very well trained in certain OEMs, and they work and represent dealers who handle that.
Our administrators come to us because they want a career path, and they're able to be a warranty administrator. They're not doing some of the other tasks that they might be driven to in the retail side of it. So they are hardworking, but they are dedicated to their craft, and they are the best of the best.
Rob, finally great to meet you in person. Okay. Tell us a little bit about what you do at AWN and a little bit about the process as well.
Well, yeah, again, I'm the auditing and training manager. So manufacturers, as Austin's team, processes the claim. The manufacturer pays the dealership. Now it goes into Auditville. It's, the manufacturers are able to look at that documentation. And if that documentation doesn't stand up, manufacturer has every right to take the monies back from that. And that audits are very high volume now, and there's, obviously the parts pricing and labor's rates at $200-300 an hour. There's a lot of money involved with this industry, and, audits can, if you're not doing the right thing, and your documentation doesn't stand up, the audits can hurt. So my team, we do proactive auditing for dealerships. So we can do a mock audit for a dealership to see how well they are. And we also audit our own people, internally inspect what we expect on that.
Talk about those mock audits, because I think that's unique, okay? Because typically when a dealer gets audited, I imagine you don't get a whole lot of notice at the dealership, and they may not be picking necessarily the repair orders that you would choose, okay? But tell me what you do in your process to keep dealers proactive with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all the manufacturer's audits come on my desk, so I see what the auditors are charging back for, what items, they're zeroing in on, and we can proactively review the dealership's repair orders and their documentation to see if it fully supports the repairs performed. And we have a tool, an audit tool, that we put in a financial report to them, so we can say, hey, these ROs,
these 50 ROs were worth $30,000 and we could charge back X amount of dollars for these reasons. We give them a detailed report. We sort those out by specific service advisors and technicians. So we supply that to the dealership so they can coach their people. And you do see patterns with that with technicians and advisors.
I was going to say, Jason, do you see trends and, as Rob said, patterns where, dealers in recent years, it seems, have applied for a lot of increases in warranty on service of parts. And it seems that the manufacturers, the OEMs now, are taking a look at that a lot higher.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's all about maximizing profit. I mean, everybody wants to collect everything they're entitled to. And that's where it's super important for us to have an auditing department within our company, is to make sure that that money is good money. Our philosophy is taking payments, not loans, from the manufacturer, because every warranty repair that is paid is subject for review and could be charged back if it's done improperly. So we see that intake of like, hey, I want to get a better labor rate, but you just got to be very careful, because if you're going to do that, you may have eyes upon him. So.
And Ted, I know I spend a lot of time in these panels talking about audits, and it's very important to us, because when a dealership goes through an audit, it's a review of the work that's already been done.
Yes.
So there's nothing we can do about it now. So if it's done incorrectly in the last 12 months, it's going to be a chargeback. It's going to be painful, and nobody likes to go through those audits. So that's why the mock audits are so important that Rob does, because we're looking at a scope of work right now, so we can correct it moving forward. So when the dealership comes in, when the manufacturer comes in 12 months, hopefully we have a better product because we've looked at it during that mock audit. So,
but Jake, I would think also that these audits and the compliance that you help enforce really help the dealer with their behavior, because it's one thing, like David just said, the audit is measuring something that's already happened. It's in the rearview mirror. Okay, if it's going to get charged back, it will likely get charged back. But you want to make sure that behavior is not going forward. Talk to us about that a little bit, because I think that's really a very important part of what you do.
Absolutely. We preach partnership with AWN, and we really believe that to the very beginning. So, we want to support the stores, and it's not finger pointing or saying they're not qualified. It's you don't know what you don't know, and we're here to help point those things out and give them a partner to correct those actions. Not alone.
And Vanessa, as part of what you're also doing now at Lithia, okay, in traveling throughout the country, visiting with dealers, you're looking, as an analyst, you're looking at the service and parts, and you're looking at the customer pay, and you're looking at the warranty.
Yeah.
So you're helping dealers measure that. And in a way, you're helping them be compliant as well.
100%. We're constantly looking at our reporting and seeing how we can help our dealers to optimize their performance. And Automotive Warranty Network is the biggest and the best in our industry, but you're also a company that is supporting the next generation by being here at Northwood University, supporting the auto show, but also supporting and inspiring our students. So could you speak to that a little bit, David? Your involvement with Northwood University?
Yes. So we've our involvement with Northwood University. We're a diamond partner for the auto show here, and we're really investing in the future of the industry and the students and the really bright talent that's going to be entering the industry and the next generation of automotive success. So
that's incredible. Thank you, David.
Well, big congratulations to the executive team and to all of Automotive Warranty Network for all the good work that you're doing. I know it's such an important part of our industry. Jason, if our audience wants to learn more about AWN, what's the best way for them to reach out?
They can call us, they can email us, they can go on our website. It's awninc.com. We're an open book. We're all about sharing. This has been a great experience here at Northwood, seeing the passion and the drive of these young students entering into this crazy industry. It's not an industry that's going to fade away. So it's just encouraging to see the young youthfulness that's entering into our industry, and check us out. Love to talk to you.
Rob, and if I'm a dealer who's had all their warranty buttoned up, okay, I've got my people in place, okay, but it seems the way it goes down is that suddenly somebody's gone, somebody's left the position, and now they're left hanging, and now the phone call comes in. Is that a call that you folks at AWN are able to help and coach and eventually bring on board?
Absolutely. Jake said about partnerships, and the audit is our work also, right? I mean, that's our people processing the claim into the manufacturer for payment. So we do have some skin in the game. We do guarantee our work. We definitely want to partner with the store. There's a lot of turnover in this industry on that. We also, my team also can go out and train dealerships on site. We have some virtual training for technicians and advisors. So if you do have that good service manager that's been there forever and he's retired or leaving, we have a new service manager, next person up. We can get communication with them, teach them policy and procedures, basically, which is a rule book for the manufacturer. And so they're, at least aware of what the rules are so they can abide by them.
Well, David, again, congratulations to you and your team on the great work that AWN is doing.
It's all our people, all the team. So thank you.
Great. I'm Ted Ings. I'm here with Vanessa Collins. We are at Northwood University with Automotive Warranty Network. And Vanessa and I will be right back.
Create the ultimate lane experience with the Affinitive Service Suite. And set your dealership apart with integrated solutions powered by data. Make your service bay more profitable with Affinitive Book. Offer scheduling anytime online in 3 minutes or less. Display vehicle service history, maintenance reminders, and dynamic offers through a unique customer portal search. Affinitive Book can help you see a 97% average service capacity utilization. Plus, enjoy flexible management options and increase shop throughput by defining service intervals. Enjoy mobile and desktop write-up with Affinitive Smart Lane. Welcome customers in the lane and provide seamless sign-and-go experiences. Perform quick vehicle walkarounds and capture potential repair opportunities via annotated photos and videos. Review factory maintenance plans and previously declined repairs to recommend services and obtain instant approval. Streamline processes with adaptive workflow technology that enables you to roll appointments into ROs. Increase efficiency and customer transparency with Affinitive MPI. Complete more MPIs and drive service recommendations with preset templates and custom workflows. Capture every repair. Send RO updates via the MPI app, SMS, and email. Plus, monitor statuses and filter by workflow events from the MPI ledger. Put visuals behind your service recommendations with Affinitive Tech Video. Explain inspections with up to 7 minutes of HD recording. Ensure clear audio by eliminating background noise. Or disable feature to capture specific vehicle noises. Attach to a customer's account with instant playback. Expedite approvals and increase CSI by sending the video to a customer's email. Expedite approvals and increase CSI by sending the video to a customer's email or phone via Affinitive messaging. The Affinitive Service Suite is designed for dealers centered on customers. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
Credit card fees cutting into your profits? PayJunction's compliant smart surcharge has helped dealers save $130,000 per rooftop annually with tools that protect CSI. Our customer-facing terminals offer clear pricing options, so customers are given the freedom to choose for themselves. Want to unlock modern payment features like Smart Surcharge, Text to Pay, and Cards on File? With our no-code payments integration, you can connect your current management software with modern payment technology that automatically syncs data across platforms for easy reporting and reconciliation. PayJunction, intelligent technology designed for dealers. Book your personalized savings analysis today.
We're on the edge of our seats for the Parts Edge panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Ted, today we have an incredible panel that's going to talk about parts. But before we get into that, Ted, you and I have received some mail recently that really is addressing this topic.
That's right. We have some of the foremost experts in retail parts with us. Yet we also want to respond to our audience. And Sarah, I think some of the things we're going to cover today will be on parts inventory, obsolescence. Nobody better to help us tackle that than Kaylee Filio, the sales and marketing manager at Parts Edge, who's hosting our panel. We've also got with us Allie Peters from San Antonio, Jaguar Land Rover. Mike Weldon out in Santa Rosa, California, a great friend of the industry, a great colleague at the Center for Performance Improvement. Mike, happy to have you. And Ellen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Great to see you again. All right. So with that, everybody, Kaylee, maybe we dive into that inventory, and here we are, middle of November, halfway through the second to last month of the year. It's a shorter month. Tully reminded us yesterday, there's less working days in November, and December, even less working days as well.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good point. It's funny because a lot of conversations I have towards the end of the year is around obsolescence, when it should be all the time. We should be talking about it all the time, not just after we do a physical and we're like, oh, look at all this obsolescence. So I'm really excited to have this conversation. Every one of you guys is very special to me. Mike, you've been on every single one of my panels, I think, since I've been on the roundtable. So I thank you for that. And also thank you for being I know you're not with the group anymore, but just such a longtime client and such an advocate for Parts Edge. So I just wanted to shout that out because you're awesome. And then Ellen, we connected on LinkedIn and I interviewed you on my podcast, and you are an incredible parts manager, director. You're going to make some big moves at the group that you're at. And I'm excited for you to share your thoughts, leaving the industry, coming back in, and what you're going to do. And then Allie, superstar, you always just bring the light to the conversation. And I'm so glad we got connected. And Sarah and Ted, you guys are amazing. So sorry, I just had to do that because I just feel very grateful for all of you guys. And if someone asked you guys to have a conversation on parts and inventory management, like, that's incredible. No one cares about that. So it's crazy.
Well, Kaylee, they very much care about it, is what Ted and I have seen. And that's actually one of the things that has been really exciting about the parts conversation. This is $1 billion industry. And Ted, it's only continuing to grow. And the projections are amazing coming over the next 5 years. I mean, this is just going to continue to be a topic of conversation, as the industry looks at solutions, for customer retention and opportunities to keep more cars in their service drives and out on the road, Ted.
A few years ago, Sarah, Kaylee was telling me that most of the conversations, and she was right, at the Fixed Ops Roundtable are around service, very little to if anything on parts. Now we see the pendulum is switching, and now companies and people and dealers want to talk about parts, and they want to talk about parts, things like inventory and things we'll be discussing today. So parts right now is the place to be. Ellen, at this time of year, as a parts director, parts manager, what are some of the things they need to be focused on, even for the general managers watching today who may not actually be located in that department?
Really, we need to be looking at what, like Kaylee was saying, obsolescence, and trying to get inventory together for the following coming up year, starting to prep for customers and kind of focus on what we're going to be turning over during winter. You're looking at tires and anything winterization wise in order to kind of get customers in here moving, get them some taken care of, move along on that type of front. Right now, I'm kind of reevaluating a lot of my employees and kind of the guidance that we have. They've been without guidance for a while, so we're kind of in general kind of starting fresh from the bottom. And so it's a good time also to train for us. I mean, in this area, it seems to be a little bit of a slower season. So I think it'll be a good time to start training some new people and getting them in motion to what we're experiencing for the next 2026.
Mike, you've always run a very efficient parts departments. I saw our friend Tully recently said that the only thing old in the parts department should be him. He said nothing else old in that inventory. Mike, what do we need to be looking at this time of year?
Being that I'm not in a store day to day, but I'm in many stores now day to day, and talking, and the second largest investment that a dealer has in their business is parts inventory, but it's never spoken of. I've had some challenges in several stores where Kelly and I have talked about how to get them right, where their inventory is completely upside down, and most of the parts that they have in their inventory are obsolescence, and that's kind of unique to me because the stores that I worked along with my management team, they did a very good job of keeping that in tow and making those turns and keeping the inventory clean. That way we could put in new parts, to support that guest that's coming in and not having to worry about the stuff that we couldn't sell.
Yeah, makes sense. Allie, what are you looking at this time of year over in San Antonio?
Yeah, so I will say we are in a different state of mind because of the recent cyber issue with our manufacturer. And so we really are looking forward into Q1 as to what the impact is going to be for the delay of manufacturing the inventory that we need. And so we're making decisions right now to kind of go a little out of what we would normally follow to make sure that we have the parts we need in stock, while it might seem a little higher than we would typically carry, because we know there is going to be a delay with getting parts. So ours is a little bit different because we're manufacturer specific, but in addition to that, everything that these guys have already said, we were just discussing bin counts yesterday, and we have we tried to make it fun, new rotation so everyone gets involved, and just making it part of the process and reminding ourselves of the basics is how do we get parts here quickly? How do we have parts here proactively so that when we have a need, it's not let's order it and wait, but it's we got it, let's go.
That actually brings me, because you may want to ask me what I'm focusing on. I don't know. All of what you're saying is exactly why. So I recently did a lot of research and I created a calculation to see how much it's costing a dealership not to have parts. And so what I looked at was the parts gross margin percentage, the ELR, the labor gross, how many ROs are happening each month. Obviously what the cost of sale or however they're tracking their turns, either the sales or cost of sales, the average inventory, pulling that all in together to look at if you are doing this many lost sales per day, you're clearly not having the part. It's delaying ROs by at least 10%. It's costing about $100 in parts lost. It's costing about an hour each in lost hours of ROs and whatnot. It's insane how much money. Like people are like, wait, what? The total loss, and then not to mention the frozen capital that is tied up because you don't have the right inventory. I'm looking at numbers right now, and it's like an inventory, just about a $200,000 inventory with 3 lost sales per day, about 2, maybe 300,000 lost yearly in not having those parts. Just think about if you could affect half of that. It's just crazy to me. So it kind of like what you were talking about, having the parts when you need them is really the goal, is what we want to achieve.
And Kaylee, I imagine, the other part of that conversation that is really critical that, a GM or a dealer principal might not be paying attention to in that equation is the impact to the customer. And that whole experience of, well, now, they don't have the part. Where am I going to go for that tire? Am I going to go to an independent? Am I going someplace else to try to figure that out? Because I need my car serviced. So how do dealerships really think about this in a strategy, when you're looking at that kind of dollar amount on paper? Like, what are some of the solutions that dealers could be considering?
That's a huge question. I think the best conversations I have with especially dealers and GMs is the ones that are actually wanting to learn and asking questions and trying to get involved in the parts department, not in a way of like you're doing everything wrong, but really truly trying to understand how can we better support the parts manager and not just say, oh, that's their job, they should just do it. Well, no. How many tools do you give your marketing and sales team? Like, how many tools are out there for parts managers? Not very many. So it's their job, but it's also their job to make really good decisions and produce results. And that's where solutions, I'm just going to say that's where solutions like Parts Edge, that's why we exist, is really to help parts managers, because there's so much data involved in stocking the right inventory, and it's not. You do need a good parts manager. There is, I don't want to say there is some gut, but there is. But then when you have gut with really good data, it just makes up for, the mistakes that can be made. I don't know if I'm making sense. I think you're nodding.
The other dynamic that we're facing in our industry is the tenure of the parts manager, who used to be the one that's been there forever. And now we have all these new people that we're introducing that were parts counter people that now are transitioning into a part that are working so hard in the business that they're not working on the business, and it's limiting their growth. And that's where the support comes from, these support systems. And if they were to embrace them, that would free them up so that they can get out and really grow in their business.
And Allie and Ellen, in thinking about this from your perspective in the dealership, what are some of the strategies that you've seen be successful in overcoming some of that obsolescence, and how do y'all really structure this with your employees, all the way across?
So currently right now, I'm kind of really working with a really young team, a lot of people who have been kind of thrown into some of these positions. So it's not just training on how to manage the inventory. I'm training them all the way around. So it's trying to coincide both reasonings to try to make them understand the importance at the end of the day on how much, one small hiccup can create such a large issue in the long term, because we're not following a proper process in order to encourage to keep the clean inventory and to encourage to be checking the bin counts and encourage them just as individuals to kind of learn. They're learning so much all at once. And so, for them to take it in is kind of difficult. I will say I've been very lucky from what I've experienced in the short amount of time that I've been here, how receptive and willing to learn, though, that the people that I have are, which is very, very encouraging for me, because I'm not walking into a new position with people who are very cantankerous or very difficult to work with. They are wanting to, they have the drive and they have the want, which I've been very beneficial for. So I'm hoping that by being able to train them and explain them and connect everything for them, that they'll be able to continue on that path as I move from store to store with the 7 locations that we do have.
There's nobody cantankerous in our business.
Have you met a parts person? I love them, but they're all very similar in some way, shape, or form.
Oh my gosh.
So, and in kind of piggybacking on that, I have a really, really incredible team back here, and mine, they are not new. They've been doing parts for a long time. They're not the guy that came with the building, tenured, but they have been working together as a team for many years. They all understand what the role is of a parts counter associate. And I do genuinely believe that they understand how important their role is. However, for us, I think that it's almost in line with what you're doing. It's just going back to the basics and remembering. I mean, we had a situation not long ago, and it's silly, but it happens, and the ripple effect is so significant. We had an engine we had to order. We were able to finally get the engine. And when the engine arrived, we realized that we hadn't ordered one of the gaskets that needed to come with the engine. So now we're so excited. Everybody's all hands on deck. Let's go. But it's those little things that when you get comfortable and you have found the rhythm in your job that you sometimes forget, like the bin count. I mean, it's all these things that we all know. And when we walk into a conversation, it's like, oh, yeah, everybody knows about a bin count. But then the reality of just keeping it simple, keeping it basic, and sticking to the blocking and tackling of what that role is.
And Allie, I would imagine, referencing back to what Kaylee said earlier in our panel, this is a day-to-day thing. This doesn't happen, overnight. This is a matter of every day, that maintenance and the sustainment and keeping on top of the inventory and not letting it get away from you. Because Allie, I could see that easily happening. After a week or two, and then we don't look anymore. Next thing you know, it's been 3 or 4 months, and now we've got an issue.
Yeah, I think me and Sarah talked about this on the last roundtable when we had our conversation about just how's culture built, and then what does consistency look like? And I use the analogy that a football team, a professional football team, someone who has been doing it for 20 years, every single day they're running their laps and they're doing their push-ups, they're doing those training and those drills, because even though they've done it for so long, if you stop doing it, you lose that just the basics, the foundation of what makes you great. And so it is a daily reminder for our team. It's a daily reminder for ourselves that if we stray off the path, everybody's going to go with us. So we have to make sure that we make it a priority daily.
Sarah, another focus that I know you and I are seeing at the Roundtable on parts is logistics of parts, getting them from A to B, whether that means in the dealership or from parts, wherever those may be, to the end use customer. Sarah, big focus on logistics, and there's a lot of new technologies and a lot of tools. Parts Edge has a lot of tools for dealers as well. But Sarah, moving those parts around really seems to be at the forefront, and the awareness of that now is top of mind.
It is, Ted, and I think that's another great opportunity when it comes to obsolescence, because when you think about your online database and how we shop on so many different platforms today, I'm very much the person that I click add to cart. I just do not have time to walk into a brick and mortar store with everything I got going on and pop in to try to find something on a shelf. It's way more convenient for me to just find it. There it is. I know it's going to arrive at my door. I know when it's coming, and I can make that decision all from a screen that's only 3 inches, across. Like, I can just go ahead and it's done. But Ted, to your point, a lot of our customers in dealerships are in that same behavior. So we're seeing so many customers that are, if they're looking for something, where does that inventory show up? How does it show up? And more importantly, how does it get there? So dealerships are looking at, and there's companies that are providing so many different solutions like this, where they can get a part across the country or across the world. And now that's off your shelf and that's out of the equation. You've collected on it. And now your customers that are in your store are not your only source of business. You have an entire world outside of your market that you can tap into and sell those inventory pieces. And it's incredible to see, Ted, just how much this conversation continues to evolve around parts.
And Kaylee, I mentioned Tully earlier. He's had a big initiative in his 10 locations in Sacramento to close up the rear window in parts and bring the parts out to the shop and have somebody there and have those delivered. And Kaylee, you and Sarah and I got a chance to see the robot from Reynolds and Reynolds when we were together in Dallas a few months ago. Reload, bring the part out to the techs. Wow.
I mean, it's like a no-brainer. Even before the robot, it's like parts should be delivering to the techs. It's just the amount of time it saves, and also the culture it creates between the techs and the parts. Just, now they get to create a culture with the robot, but it's still like, it's a no-brainer. It saves so much time.
Mm-hmm.
I think the importance that we miss so many times is bin location, to Sarah's point, where that part's located, and sourcing, so that you can separate the inventory and know what you have in how it's identified. And it needs to be done, especially when you're carrying an inventory. An average car takes 10,000 parts to build. So you have all these parts, large and small, that you need to have a portion of those in your stock to fix what we find that is a normality and what fails. And if you don't know where it's located, you can't provide. And usually what happens, and I've seen it before, is that they can't find it. So what do? They order another one.
Mm-hmm.
Then they order another one.
Yeah.
Then they do their inventory and they got 25 of them in inventory, but they didn't know where they were at.
You mentioned something too, Mike, the sources. And I think that kind of goes back to the person that was asking the question about, inventory management. And every conversation I have, it really boils down to how your system is set up and your sources, because I think we as an industry are just have been so like, oh, this is the way it's been, it's worked this way, and not really looking deeper of, you know, how can we break out the different commodities of parts? Can we set different day supply? Can we set different phasing criterias? Every manufacturer is different. We can't treat them all the same. Oh, and then you have a manufacturer program too. So it's like the parts manager is managing, you know, when I think about one parts recently we looked at, he has about 600 in inventory and his part number population is over 7,000. It's just, you know, that's a lot of moving parts.
Literally.
Yes.
No pun
Data,
intended.
back end and front, you know, we're talking about two different things, you know, data and physical. Yeah.
Ellen, you know, at this time of year, I mentioned the shorter months we have right now. But Ed Roberts was quick to point out when that was mentioned the other day on a panel that even though November and December are shorter months with fewer work days, we still have the customers with the same needs, no matter what month it is, in our shops, and they need those parts. What are some things that overall the fixed ops director, in addition to parts, what do they need to be looking at this time of year? You know, as part of their forecasting, as part of their personnel. Ellen, in your case, you know, you mentioned a younger staff, part of the training. You know, what do we want to get them involved with, certifications and so on as well?
Now with it kind of being a slow time, I mean, I spend a lot of time, like I said, with the training and a lot of just kind of getting everybody in gear to kind of make sure that we're maximizing our days. With having the short months and the short days, you want to move faster, you want to get things faster, you want to get cars out faster. It's a good time to start connecting with customers and stuff too for the fixed ops side, to make sure that they're keeping the relationships and stuff throughout the holidays. That's a big thing too. Just kind of pushing, you know, really fast forward. Fixed ops directors, like I said, we have a very young one, so it's a perfect time to kind of get him the knowledge and kind of get him to understand. Like I said earlier, we're kind of focusing on fastest moving parts from the last 6 months or what we did last year to kind of bulk up, kind of like Allie was saying. You know, they had an issue with their manufacturer, but in general, it works the same way across all brands. You want to make sure you have what you need, because if it's harder to get them, it's going to be harder to get the customer in and out as fast as possible.
Yeah, and I think especially in the November, December time, I think that the timeliness of our service experience for our clients is important at all times. But if you think about just added stress from life with holidays and traveling and kids off school and kids in school, you know, just every part of the holidays adds stress to people's lives. Even though it's supposed to be this wonderful, exciting time, there's always an added layer of stress. So then you add a broken car and money that you weren't planning to spend. It's all about being able to say, I've got it right now, and I'm going to fix it right now, and I'm going to get you to that holiday party tonight like you planned.
Well, and Allie, that's such an important component too. You know, the time piece of it. But, you know, the other thing that I've encountered over the years, especially this time of year with that, you really do have to be on top of those parts and communicating with the customer, especially something like a special order or a recall part that's come in that time. You know, in some cases, you know, where I'm located, there's a lot of people that come home for the holidays and they're only home for a few weeks at that time. And they're trying to cram everything into that holiday visit. They're trying to cram everything into it. And if the dealership doesn't communicate and misses that window, now that car's gone until summertime. And you can't have those parts sitting on your shelves like that.
Mike, if I may, the group you spent many years with there in Northern California has some Ford franchises. And I don't know if it's just me, but I see the word recall in the news now. It seems like every week. I have never seen, Mike, so many recalls. Okay. I mean, the numbers are really, really big. You know, Mike,
12.5 million just got the latest one.
Mike, how does a parts manager prepare for that, knowing they're going to have this influx and again opportunity there, but again, it's not going to be on those particular parts sustainable. But you know, what do we do?
Well, I think that the biggest thing that we've learned from that, I'll use the word hoarding. There are certain managers that go out and they buy up all the available inventory and then they sell them to their neighboring dealers that need to get these recalls done. The manufacturers have caught on to that, and they've limited the ability to do that. But so it's very important for the parts manager to work very closely with the service department as to what's incoming, so that they can have parts on hand. And you can pre-order those parts if you have a open repair order with that VIN and mileage on it, so that you can get those parts in. The other problem that you run into that some manufacturers put you in at parts availability, that there may be that large quantity of vehicles out there, but the availability of replacement parts is limited. So that, so that even expands the length of time it takes to process, get a part in, get it on the vehicle, and so that you can order the next, because they won't let you inventory the parts now. They're starting to tie that up to where you have to have that vehicle available.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, very much so. So all these things factor in, Kaylee. Kaylee, I think you're going to be very busy in the new year with all this focus on parts.
It's going to be a good new year, and we're going to be at NADA, so that's going to be exciting. I get to speak again. I don't get to speak on parts, but women in automotive and all that fun stuff, just empowering women. So it's going to be great.
Yeah, a lot coming in the new year. Everybody's preparing for it now. Everybody, Kaylee, if our audience wants to learn more about Parts Edge, and I know a lot of our dealers work with you, what's the best way? How do we tap into that knowledge base at Parts Edge? What do we do?
Well, you can reach out to me directly. I'm nice, I promise. So, with this calculator, I'm happy to run anyone's numbers, because it's very interesting to see. I've gotten a lot of people reaching out and sharing that. So I will have it pretty one day. Right now it's a spreadsheet, but I'm looking at it. But it's so reach out to me or go to our website, learn more about Parts Edge there. We have a lot of resources. We have podcasts, webinars. We're just creating a community for parts people to shed the light on it. So yeah, that's where you can reach me.
PartsEdge.com, everybody. Kaylee Filio, also very, very active on social media. I want to thank the panel, Allie Peters, Ellen Rhodes, thank you so much. Michael Weldon, again, a great resource in our industry and a great friend. And Michael, thank you for all that you do. Sarah and Kaylee. Kaylee, it just gets better and better.
It does. Thank you, guys.
All right. The Parts Edge panel, the experts, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Obsessed with creating the perfect inventory? Us too. Parts Edge gives you the tools you need to outpace the competition and provide the highest level of service to your customers. Parts Edge is a powerful tool for parts managers to get the job done faster. Imagine what it was like when the impact wrench arrived. It made mechanics 3 times faster. Getting the job done without the latest technology makes it difficult to keep up. Besides all the other responsibilities you have, you work hard to have all the right parts you need when you need them. Parts Edge was designed by parts people for parts people to make that job a lot easier. Parts Edge saves you 4 to 6 hours every week and can increase your sales by 10 to 20% in just 12 months. Not bad for your bottom line. Take your obsession to perfection with Parts Edge. Call us today to find out what Parts Edge can do for you.
Every day, repair orders hold the key to profitability, but are they unlocking their full potential? Disconnected data, missed opportunities, a blind spot in performance optimization. Introducing Repair Order Insights, Dynatron's game-changing technology that transforms raw repair order data into actionable intelligence. No more guesswork, no more gaps, just data-driven decisions that put you miles ahead. From service managers to dealer principals, ROI arms every decision maker with the power to drive more profit, make faster decisions, and have total visibility.
It takes everything Dynatron's been giving us to make us smarter and does it faster and does it better. So, I think what excites me about ROI is that it's going to help us optimize more effectively our parts and labor pricing, and give us viewership of what is fundamentally bringing down our effective labor rates in real time so that we can activate immediately.
Time is precious. And the last thing I want is my service manager sitting in their office, pulling reports, dissecting numbers, when all that can be done for them and on one platform. So I know every dollar, every penny, every tenth of an hour is very valuable on the fixed operations side. And certainly with what's going on in our world and country and pricing and inflations and stuff, it's more important that we capitalize on everything. And the only way that I know to do that is to have the Dynatron partners at our fingertips and have the data. That's the only way.
And now it's your turn. Are you ready to bring the future of repair order insights to dealerships everywhere? Let's go. Let's make an impact.
Meet the dream team at the Roundtable in our next segment featuring Maureen Martin and Ed Roberts, filmed at our Northwood University pop-up event. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We are at Northwood University at the International Auto Show and specifically at the CAMS Industry Summit today. And Ted, we have some very special guests with us.
Sarah, so much valuable information shared today at the CAMS Summit. We were two great friends and colleagues, Maureen Martin from Dynatron Software, who is a certified partner for the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln, also certified partner at Fixed Ops Roundtable. Ed and Maureen, welcome to Northwood.
Oh, great to be here. It's been a wonderful day with the students and all of the industry leaders. So
You both have been on panels here today, numerous panels. Ed, want to get your impression first of some of the takeaways that you've got here at the CAMS Summit.
Well, this is my first time being on campus. I've been a part of Northwood for quite some time, but actually coming on campus is the first time, and just seeing it here live, seeing the people here, seeing the culture that they've created here, it's just been second to none. It's just been phenomenal.
And Maureen, I know for you, not the first time you've been here before, but not at the auto show. This is a entirely different atmosphere and event. Your takeaways?
You know, it's exciting. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, everything about Northwood represents our industry and free enterprise. And to have the largest international auto show run by students is just incredible to me. And of course, our very own Katrina Ness, who has been a very big part of our Fixed Ops Roundtable, is the chair. And they are running it, the entire thing. The entire university really right now is being run by the students. So I love it. It's been incredible.
Maureen, one of the things that was really incredible about our segments and that we had at the CAMP Summit today was the future of automotive is, and you had a really incredible answer. If you'd like to share a little bit more.
Okay, so I was on two panels, but I'm going to go with the one I think you're thinking about. So, you know, I just said that the automotive industry is endless opportunities and that there is a place for everyone in our business, every skill set, every background. But the bit of advice that I gave is that the only thing constant in business and in life is change. And those who embrace it will succeed. And I think we talked a lot about that today, about how people are still so integrally involved and a big part of it. But our embracement of technology, our embracement of, you know, things we don't even know yet was really mind-opening for everybody today.
Ed, your thoughts?
Well, being here allows us to see what the stage that they set for these young students. I mean, we're always looking, any of us that's in the industry, no matter whether we're a vendor partner or the manufacturer or retailer, we're always looking for talent. And we're looking for raw talent we can develop. Well, when we can able to connect with schools like Northwood and get that talent that's already elevated to a very high level, and then just continue to raise that from there, it gives us a whole different foundation. And when you come here and you see it and you see how engaging these kids are, it's really heartwarming to look out and say, the future of the car business is very bright.
It's very bright.
I was going to ask you, how does this visit here at Northwood this weekend make you feel about the auto industry, seeing these passionate young people? You and I have talked about it many times, but the interactions with them, just the quality of them looking you in the eyes, shaking your hands, your thoughts?
Honestly, so inspiring. You know, I've been 38 years in automotive, and I am absolutely rejuvenated every time I come here, because not only are they articulate and gracious and have great eye contact and mannerisms, it's the fact that they want to learn. Like, you know, think about it. Life is about continually learning, and I am absolutely confident that the students from here, I think Matt said it to us last night at the reception, is we need to go back now that we've been here to witness and to be able to share. And I think Ed and I really share that sentiment, that helping dealer groups, no matter where they are in the country, to understand that there's opportunities to do internships with the students, you know, in whether it be in a corporate or in the retail dealerships themselves. I would love to see many, many more of, I know, the Dynatron partners of 4,400 stores, getting them more involved with the university. So I'm super excited about that. And I think that was something Ed and I talked about today.
Ed, bring it home.
Well, and look out here and see these guys that want to make a difference. They want to make their own impact in our industry. And we've been thankful to be able to be in this industry, and it's been rewarding for us for so many years. And to now watch these guys come in at their level and with a burning desire to make an impact in the industry, it's phenomenal to watch.
Ed Roberts, Maureen Martin, thank you so much for joining us this weekend at Northwood University in Midland, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Every step I take feels like destiny. Game on the lot, good in my legacy. The grind ain't free and it can't be bought. Grind ain't free and it can't be bought. Mind of a champion, I'm bringing every thought. I set the level, I set the tone. When the game's on the line, yeah, I'm standing alone. I set the level, I set the tone. When the game's on the line, yeah, I'm standing alone. They ain't never done it like this before. You know I'm the best, you can take that sword. They ain't never done it like this before. Set the bar high, then I raise that board.
Put the window tint on with our Privacy for Cars panel featuring Steve Greenfield and Waverly Burt.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Privacy for Cars panel. And Ted, this is becoming a very, very important topic in our industry.
Sarah, you're exactly right. Waverly Burt is a great colleague joining us today from Privacy for Cars. We've also got a few guest colleagues as well. Most of you will recognize Steve Greenfield, General Partner of Automotive Ventures, who's with us today on the panel. Steve and Waverly, thank you for coming. And from retail, very important, we've got Josh Duhan, who's with us today, Chief Compliance Officer at the Premier Automotive Group, a big and growing dealer group. So Josh, appreciate you being here as well. Everyone, welcome to the panel. And Waverly, if it's okay, I'll start the conversation with you. For those who may not know, in about 30 seconds, let's start with the basics, Waverly. What does Privacy for Cars do?
No, great question, Ted. So Privacy for Cars, we specialize in vehicle privacy services. Really, our solutions help dealerships unlock new revenue, boost customer loyalty, and also reduce risk by offering data deletion services as well as privacy disclosures, Ted. Our auto-cleared trademark solution efficiently deletes personal data from vehicles with 99.9% accuracy. We provide a certificate of deletion, And this not only addresses privacy concerns, but we also use this to boost trade-in capture rates at our dealerships as well.
I like it a whole lot. Steve, let me get your perspective on it from Automotive Ventures. Why is vehicle privacy becoming more important now for dealers?
Yeah, first, Ted and Sarah, thanks for having us back. We're really excited to be here. We were an investor almost 4 years ago in this company, and it really clicked with me. I think that whether a dealer's playing defense, meaning they're concerned about exposure when a consumer's car continues to have PII or personally identifiable information on it, or if they're playing offense and they're trying, like Waverly said, increase conversion rate on trades, merchandise the fact that all of their vehicles have been cleared of private information, I think it's really important. So it's interesting to see a solution like this that can really resonate with conservative dealers that want to make sure, you know, that they've purged all the vehicles of PII, or if they're playing offense and they're trying to increase conversion rates, increasing sales rates. I think this solution uniquely checks both of those boxes.
And Josh, I want to come to you for your perspective from the retail side. So you just became a Privacy for Cars customer. I'd love to have you tell us a little bit more about your decision to implement vehicle privacy and security solutions at your dealerships.
Absolutely. So it was a multifold decision for us. On one hand, we wanted to ensure that we were in regulation with all government authorities and that we were making sure that each step that we took in the dealership was one that promoted a culture of compliance and that really made sure that all of our I's were dotted and our T's were crossed. But on the other hand, it was one where we wanted to ensure that our customers felt protected. Our customers felt a system of trust was around them. We really wanted to provide this culture, not just from a governmental standpoint, but from a community standpoint, that that our customers recognize that this dealership group really prioritized their safety, their security. And for us, it was one of those things where this is where the change is happening. And we like to say out here that if you don't adapt to the change, you're going to become a victim of it. And that was something that we recognized was because of the way that this is going, change had to happen, and we wanted to be one of the first ones on board.
You know, Josh, we hear from so many of your colleagues out in the retail world that there are a lot of attacks on dealership, coming from all different directions. And I'm curious, both as chief compliance officer for the group, but you're also an attorney. We were talking in the green room a little bit earlier. The timing of this seems really important, and it's important to get this on the radar for other dealers as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can just look in the past 5-10 years, the entire industry has changed. FTC, OSHA, all of these governmental authorities are really monitoring the practices that each dealership has because it's for the betterment of society. It really is, to ensure that your customers are protected, to ensure that the people are watched over. It really is, and it's something that we have to adapt to, just for the betterment of not only ourselves, our dealerships, but our consumers as well. Building a trust that has been gone for so many decades and making this industry have kind of more of a, you trust them.
Waverly, I'd like you to walk us through how this actually works in a dealership, because you mentioned at the very beginning, this is a very quick process to implement.
It is, Sarah. It's very quick. So really using the application, the user simply scans the VIN of the vehicle. And once they do that, we'll decode that VIN in literally less than 1 second. And then we're going to provide step-by-step instructions using photographs on how to clear all the personal data from that vehicle, including the garage door code. And so when we talk about scale, we talk about efficiency, it takes on average about 90 seconds to clear any vehicle. And so what I mean by any vehicle, we cover vehicles from 2026 model year all the way back to 2002 when we say cars, quote, started getting smart, right? And so we literally take all the guesswork from the process and provide a very high level of operational efficiency to get in and out pretty quick.
Steve, Sarah and I are familiar with the work that Automotive Ventures does. And by the way, thank you for putting the focus on fixed operations. Looks like you're in the shop today.
We are getting some Porsches fixed in the background. I wish it was mine.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit, because I know you look at, and Sarah and I know that you look at a lot of companies and you look at a lot of technologies, and not everybody makes the cut. Tell us about this business model that Privacy for Cars has, and why it's an attractive investment from your standpoint.
Yeah, I think what we said earlier, what Waverly very eloquently said, I mean, the dealers get a couple of benefits, right? It increases revenue while at the same time, helps them with compliance and protecting, their flanks, so to speak. But the elegance, the simplicity, and the elegance of the simplicity of the product is amazing, and it's very easy to implement. It's easy for dealers to get started, but it's very, very effective. And very rarely do you see technology solutions that are this effective, but this easy to implement. So it's not a big burden for dealers to get started with the solution and see immediate effects.
And Steve, I think we can all relate because we've all rented the car or come across the service loaner where we go to access it and we see that the data from the previous users is all still in the system and all that information is hanging out there. And, very easy to understand business model that this is not the right thing to leave out there.
Yeah, listen, I was talking to a dealer recently. Waverly will like this, a dealer principal who got an M5 in on trade, took it home for the weekend. And while he was driving it back to his house, he realized, the former owner who just traded in, their home location is on the GPS and their garage codes are still programmed into the vehicle. So he could have easily driven that vehicle to the former owner's home, click the garage codes and be inside that person's house. And most people who are trading in cars don't even think of this. Now, what exposure there is for dealers, that's debatable. Josh would have a better perspective than I would, but this is a ticking time bomb. I rent cars very frequently when I travel around the world. And Ted, to your point, I'm amazed how many people have synchronized their phone, synchronized their contacts, and haven't even thought about deleting those before they turn back their rental. So I think it's an amazing dynamic. As Waverly said, the cars are getting more sophisticated. It's easier and easier to leave personally identifiable information on vehicles. And I think these are like just potential lawsuits that are lingering out there because the average consumer doesn't even think about wiping that information off their vehicle.
And Josh, actually, this is something that I had not thought about prior to Privacy for Cars, but it is really unsettling if you think about just, oh my gosh, how much information can be out there. So how do you see customers responding, when you're talking about Privacy for Cars and these privacy services and the certificate, all those pieces in this? Are customers thankful that you're taking that proactive step to ensure it?
Sure. That has been probably the most interesting part of this entire experiment for us trying to implement it. We have a few customers that come in every once in a while, they're tech savvy, and they ask us specifically, can you delete my data? Can you positively make sure that it's all out of there? And we've had that for a while, but the most interesting part is I'd say 80%, 90% of our customers, when we talk about it, because we offer it each time, they're like, what are you talking about? What do you mean all my information's on there? I thought, I disconnected my phone, it's not on there anymore. And then we'll go through the process of actually showing them exactly what we do. And their minds are blown. They're like, I had no idea this was on there. Thank you so much for letting me know. I wish I would have done it for all my other cars in the past that I sold to a dealership. And then when we hand them that certificate, you can kind of just see like this peace that comes over them that they're like, I know that my car is protected. I know that my information is now protected. And in the digital age that we're in, that is one of the most important things you can have as a company, is to tell your consumers that your information is safe, it's not going anywhere, and anything that's left, we're deleting it. Do not worry about it. So I would say the response from our customers has been a peaceful thankfulness and kind of just a confidence in these services that we can provide for them.
Waverly, I'd like to take that a step further. How are dealers like Josh, how are they positioning this financially? What are you seeing around the country as you continue to make progress with the Privacy for Cars model?
Yeah, absolutely, Ted. So we do have dealerships that are using the platform to generate, really bottom line growth through fixed ops, through the reconditioning process, through the rental car department, things of that nature, as well as indirectly by capturing more trades. Now, ultimately, it's really dealer discretion. So am I saying that every single dealership is using it to make money? No, some dealerships use it to enhance the customer experience, to make it a differentiator within their organization. Either way you look at it, it's really not a right or wrong way. Our biggest really piece of this is making sure that it gets done. And there's definitely opportunities at the same time to take something that, as Josh said, can check the box of compliance, reduces risk, increases customer loyalty, but also gives you an opportunity to make some revenue at the same time.
Steve, I want to get your perspective on this because you've often talked about how the consumer is getting more and more educated when it comes to online privacy and exposure points in their transaction or ownership experience. So, what is your long-term outlook regarding vehicle privacy?
Well, look, I mean, the automakers themselves are focused very much on the software differentiation of the new vehicles that are getting built. You're hearing this term more and more now, the software-defined vehicle, and they're realizing to compete in the future, it's going to be much more about the software on the car than the hard attributes of the car, the tires, engine, et cetera. Consumers are going to be picking their vehicles based on the software performance that's going to enable all kinds of things, including subscription services and extended range and these kinds of things. And with more software, like we're experiencing elsewhere in our life, there's more quote unquote surface area where there can be cyber attacks that we're seeing in the news more frequently, et cetera. So I think that, with more of a software defined vehicle, which is the direction that the industry is going, there'll be more opportunities for the cars to be picking up personally identifiable information of the driver, of the consumers who own the vehicle and are driving within the vehicle. And as a result, cybersecurity is going to become more front of mind for the automakers for sure. But I think for dealers who up until now haven't really worried, unless of course their DMS gets hacked or something, haven't really worried too much about cybersecurity. Well, we're going to be more interested in maintaining the integrity of the data on behalf of the consumer, but also dealers are going to have to be more concerned about the integrity of data overall. So I think the sophistication of the vehicles, as Ted said, is going to drive all of us to be more obsessed with making sure that we're protecting ourselves, protecting our customers, and protecting our businesses.
Steve, as a consumer, I know I'm like you. I rent vehicles frequently, and when I go to return it, I'm in a hurry. I've got to catch a flight. I've got an itinerary, and probably the furthest thing from my mind is to delete all that data. Steve, to have a professional service ensuring this is done, that's got to be an advantage for dealerships and groups like Premier Automotive to have that as part of their story.
Well, as Josh has very clearly articulated here, imagine, Ted, you hand in your rental car when you're at Los Angeles or Atlanta, and imagine that you had a certificate emailed to you almost real time. You get your invoice from Hertz and you get your certificate emailed from Hertz. Wouldn't that be a wonderful world? And as Josh said, then you would have peace of mind when you're going through security and getting on your plane that your PII has been wiped off that vehicle. We aren't there yet. We really can underscore that. We have a long way to go still. But I think for the consumer's peace of mind, for the rental car company's peace of mind, and for the automaker, they should all be very interested in making sure that we get adoption of this technology sooner rather than later.
So, Josh, if I can come back to you, if you had to convince another dealer or another dealer group, one of your peers, to get involved with Privacy for Cars and to get involved with this, what would you say to them?
It's funny you asked that. I actually have already convinced some of my other peers in the industry and in the compliance sector to look into it. And the two questions I asked them were, one, how well do you want to sleep at night? And the second was, what kind of image do you want to have in your community? When it comes to, how well do you sleep at night, I can't tell you how great it is to get my report every single week from Waverly, and I see every single vehicle that has either left my property or has come in, and every single one shows when they were cleared of their data, every single one. That kind of peace of mind just lets me know, like right there, right on the screen, lets me know that I can now move into whatever else I need to move, because on a privacy standpoint, I'm protected and I'm covered and I have all my ducks in a line for that. When it comes to the image in your community, for the past, I don't know, since dealerships have been around, they haven't had the best image in their community. There's not a lot of trust between the consumer and the automotive industry. And that's something that for the past 5-10 years, that's the change that's happening. So I would say, do you want to jump on that change? And do you want to be part of a group of dealers whose image is one that says trustworthy, one that says I've got you, one that is about protection, one that says, your interest first as a consumer. And that trust builds long-term customers, long-term relationships, and overall it will increase your dealership's profitability and safety long-term. So that would be the two questions I would ask somebody if they wanted to look into privacy for cars.
Well, Waverly, a lot of dealers are listening to this today and probably wondering, what's the first step? How do I get started? So share with us, what is the best recommendation to reach out to y'all?
Great question, Sarah. The first step is just simply go to www.privacyforcars.com/dealers. They can simply schedule a demo right there from our website. Either myself or someone from my team will reach out immediately. We'll get them on the calendar and we'll take it from there. One thing that's unique about Privacy for Cars is, unlike most vendors that usually see that 30-day, onboarding process, that 45-day onboarding process, our system is really turnkey. We can have stores regardless of the size, functional and ready to clear cars in 24 to 48 hours, regardless of the size of the group, which is very strong and a testament to technology and how fast things are moving, and we're moving fast with it. So it's a very simple process to get on board.
Waverly, every time we have you on the show, this gets better and better, and the message is really strong. So, Waverly, I appreciate you coming on and spending some time with us and bringing this to our dealers' attention and the spotlight that you've put on it.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. We're happy to be here. We're happy to continue supporting that. The support you have for us it's been great, and we look forward to the relationship.
Everybody, the company is called Privacy for Cars. You see it scrolling in the bottom. Privacy, the number 4cars.com/dealers. Waverly Burt has been a big part of getting the message out. Now Steve Greenfield is on board with Automotive Ventures. Steve, that's a very strong seal of approval. So appreciate all you do for the industry and putting the focus on this. And Steve, this is very much a part of fixed operations too, because it's all become part of, it's all one, the recon process, the trade. And Steve, appreciate the spotlight from you. And Josh Duhan from Premier Automotive Group, thank you so much for your insights and very well received. Sarah, it gets better and better.
It does, Ted, and this is such an important topic in our industry, and I'm excited to see how we'll continue to highlight it.
Everybody, Privacy for Cars here with us today on the panel at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We had a customer who had an Audi for about 8 years, and it was their pride and joy. After much consideration, they decided it was time to replace that with the new one. It wasn't until about 2 weeks later when we called her that her plates were in that she realized, oh no, I left all my addresses and all my information in the car. At which point we easily diffused her by letting her know we partner with Privacy for Cars, and her data was gone from that car before it even saw the inside of our service shop.
On your marks, get set, go Trago for our final panel of the day.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have Go Trago with us. And Ted, we've got some exciting questions for our panel today.
We do. We're really, really honored to have both Kobe Collins and Mike Rubich with us. Welcome to Northwood University.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Is this the first time at Northwood?
It's my first time. Yeah, it's been a great experience. So it's an amazing campus. It's gorgeous out here. I'd love to spend more time just walking around.
And Kobe, you were here last year.
I was here last year. This is great. I'm excited to be back.
All right. So for our audience who may not know, tell us a little bit about Go Trago, what you do and what you do for the industry.
We make the industry awesome, Ted.
We do in many ways. So the way things are going these days with how people are really getting a deeper need for talent that have the right skills for the jobs, and in the auto dealer industry, especially where turnover is high, and it's hard to really manage sustained performance if you don't have people in critical roles consistently. We have a tool that helps companies identify that talent that's going to be a fit, and we're seeing retention in companies drop 3-4 times lower than the market average. We're seeing sales numbers increase for sales professionals. It's a great return on investment for companies.
Mike, we were just talking a little while ago in the green room about talent specifically in automotive. And one of the interesting things that I took away from GoTrago, there's a lot of dealers that are listening today that may be looking at hiring for roles like a service advisor or service manager, but they have some preconceived notions about who is going to be a right fit for that job. And GoTrago really looks at it actually a totally different way. Could you talk to us about that?
Yeah, the human tendency is to hire in your own liking, right? I was really good at this. I did this, so I want people that are like me. And so what happens is you tend to hire people that you think resemble yourself, and we're not really good at that. We take cues from things that aren't very validated, where if you have data from an assessment like ours, you can make decisions that say, hey, facts say this person is going to succeed in this role, or they may be a better fit for a different role. And I think with GoTrago, one of the great things that auto dealers can look at is you can bring a person in and say, maybe this person isn't going to be a good fit for sales, but boy, they could be an estimator, or they might be really great in the service side. So we hope it opens up more avenues for people that they bring into the organization.
And Kobe, what kind of skills are the GoTrago assessments looking for specifically?
That's a great question. I was going to tag on to Mike, but yes. So we're benchmarking. So we know what top performers in the auto industry look like. And the really amazing thing with human beings is that top performers have shared common traits. And so we can take a look at their competitiveness, their resilience, their communication, their people contact. And there are 3 core things that we look at. So we're looking at cognitive reasoning ability, not IQ. We're not looking at EQ, but we're looking at core behaviors, the things that drive us. What makes us tick at work? Why are we good at what we do? And why do we struggle in certain areas? And then interests. What are the things that motivate us, that drive us, so that leaders can know how to draw the best out in their people, even if it's a slight edge? And I'll tell you, in the car industry, the slight edge means millions of dollars to the bottom line. So think about if you could find the salespeople who will sell 3 more cars a month, which we help our clients find that it's not just good, they're getting the great, and then they're getting excellent above that great, by just understanding who fits the roles inside their organization. And the great thing about this too is when you know exactly what you need to look for, then you can identify early talent. So coming out of college, you can identify what we call non-traditional talent, people who have been in other industries and don't have 10 years of experience, but could knock it out of the park for you. So you're left not guessing and not just depending on your gut feel.
And Kobe, GoTrago has deep roots in the automotive retail industry.
Yes, sir.
And you've got a testimonial dating way back to the original Carl Sewell in the book Customers for Life. Chapter 18 refers to the GoTrago, the Trago assessments. If you'd like to speak to that, and I know you've been involved with Sewell and that organization since that time.
Yes, sir. So we've actually worked with the Sewell organization for 40 years, and enormous organizations look at Sewell and say, how are they doing what they're doing? And I'll tell you, get his book, Customers for Life. We are chapter 18. He explains how they did it. But what they did is they created a culture saying that we are going to require that at every entry point and every upskill point and every leadership point, we're going to assess our team, and we're going to find out who should be promoted, who should stay, who should leave, and why, and how to really grow their team that way. And it's a non-negotiable. And that's why. So it's so much a part of their culture that now they're so effective at what they do. We just did a study with them looking at their ROI for the last several years, and the line between They're absolute rock star top performers, and those who weren't quite making it was so fine because they no longer have bottom performers on their team.
It's interesting. If I could add to that, too, Ted, one of the things with regards to Sewell, it's a blessing and a curse in some senses, because people will say, "Well, yeah, but Sewell, they're just really good at that stuff," and they are, or they are great at that stuff. And they would tell you, if they were sitting with us right here, it's because they use this tool, and they use tools like this to bring in the right people. So it's that starting point, and if you stay committed to it, you're going to have similar results as companies like Sewell.
And Mike, your assessments that you do with GoTrago are not just for one part of the dealership. If you want to speak to that, it's for sales, service, leadership, all throughout.
The whole suite of roles that you have in a auto dealership, we each of them measure different elements, but the assessment can help target right fit for all of those roles. Again, it's data. It's great data. So that interview is an important element of it. So you want to talk to the people as well, but it adapts for all different roles in the organizations. And we've studied all of those roles: estimators, service, tech, financial, administration, leadership, sales, all of them.
And Mike, I want to also touch on what Kobe mentioned with catching this with people that haven't really started their career yet. We're here at Northwood University, and a lot of young professionals are eager to get into the industry. How does it do that compared to, somebody that maybe has worked 14 plus years in automotive compared to somebody who's never worked in it?
Well, that's a great question. And the tool, this is why it's such a great tool. It measures those internal traits. It looks at personality. It looks at professional traits. We all have them. People have them as soon as they're 14 years old. Most people have their personality traits defined. Then they evolve as they mature, and they go through their education process to get experience. So for a younger professional or someone in university still, it gives them a good sense of who they are right now, where some of their strengths might lie, and where are some things that they can focus on to develop as they grow.
And what's really helpful in knowing this information is that, so our tool never puts you in a box. We're not going to box people in. We're not going to label you as a letter, a number, a persona title, because human beings are capable, they're complex, they're adaptable if they're given the opportunity, and we know where to dig in deep with them. And so we want to make sure people have the ultimate opportunity to thrive.
And Kobe, that's actually another interesting point, because there are other assessments that look at things, and like you said, some of them might label somebody a certain way, and then that's the label that they have for the rest of their professional career. So how does it really, define, is it looking at the role specifically, or do you analyze it a different way?
Yeah, most of it's based on that history. Dr. Trago and his team and our team have studied these roles in these organizations for years, and so it's based on exemplary performance in a role, and that's where the science comes in.
So, Kobe, I know the automotive retail industry is taking this more and more to heart.
Yeah.
Okay. If our audience, dealers, dealer groups, distributors want to reach out, maybe they have some questions, how GoTrago can work with them, what's the best way for them to do that?
Great. So there's a couple ways they can get in touch with us. Go to our website, please. It's GoTrago, Trego, after Dr. Trago, GoTrago.com. There's a button you can push that says take a test drive. Or you're welcome to email Mike and I directly. I'm Kobe, Cobi, at GoTrago.com, or Mike at GoTrago.com. Mike G. Sorry, Mike G. We've got two Mikes. Mike G. GoTrago.com.
All right. Well,
thank you.
We're very honored to have you as a certified partner of the Fixed Ops Roundtable and with us here at Northwood University. Yes. What an amazing hub of people coming into the industry.
The talent here is unbelievable. It's fantastic. Just unbelievable talent.
All right, everybody, Mike and Kobe from GoTrago here with us today at Northwood University at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having
us.
We flew past the first lap in the fast lane with the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Take a quick pit stop because we'll be back to burn rubber tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern. See you then, racers.